Greetings and welcome, everybody, to the last Friday night of 2024. Hope everyone's having happy holidays, and we're getting ready for a happy new year as we head into 2025. My name is Alan. I'm one of your regular co-hosts here on Heavy Metallurgy, and tonight we have a very special episode for you. We have rounded up as many of the heavy metallurgists as we can. These are all folks who have routinely contributed content to the channel this year, and we're going to go through our top 10 lists. And we promise with 81% accuracy that it will not take 5.5 hours the way it did last year. We shall do our best.
Yeah, that was a lot.
Don't need to introduce everybody individually. These are all folks that you know and love. But thanks to everybody for joining us. We got almost everybody on board, but did also want to give a quick shout out to all the folks that couldn't jump in tonight because of various other reasons. But yes, I think we've got an excellent lineup for you. Hello to everybody who's already filling up the chat. Great to have you aboard for one more time in 2024. Looking forward to seeing what y'all have picked as your favorite albums of the year. And we'll see what these fine folks have too. Only quick disclaimer here is that, again, these are our favorite albums of the year. We're not claiming they're the technically best albums or the most perfectly produced albums or the most important albums or anything like that. It's just our own favorites. So if you don't like it, doesn't matter. Our picks. You're free to pick your own. And again, we're excited and interested to see what everybody else has picked as well. Let me kick this over to my co-host and see if he's got anything he would like to add before we start. We're going to jump into the top 10 lists pretty quick this year and get through those. And then later in the evening, we'll bring up some other fun topics that are related. But before we do that, Marty, my good man, how are we doing? What's up?
Doing well. The year has been, as they all go by, the older we get, faster and faster. It's been a great year. A lot of growth on heavy metallurgy this year, and a lot of these folks here joining us tonight are all partially responsible for that. And I just want to thank everyone who joined us in the chat, of course. You all make these shows so much fun to do. And, of course, all of our contributors, our fellow metallurgists. It's great to have all of you on board with us. A lot of fun. We've had a lot of fun this year. A lot more to cover next year. It was a great year for metal, and TJ will be joining us later. I've been told through the grapevine here. He's always fast. He's got to do something to be special. So
the Phantom is lurking backstage somewhere, I'm sure.
Is he right now? Oh,
I don't know. I was like just doing it. No,
But yeah, there'll be no showboating tonight. I will not be throwing out a bonus round question that drags us into a 2-hour-long explanation. So we're just going to get started with our top 10, and we're going to start at number 10 and go backwards. And I'm going to try to keep this as organized as possible. We're going to start off with Jim. How you doing, man?
I'm doing A-okay. Excited about doing the wrap-up show at the end of the year and talking about stuff. And, just like, Alan said, I definitely look at this as just my favorite listens. I just don't think it's even really possible now with the spread of metal to listen to everything that's out there. It's just, out of what we've heard, this is what we like. And just like we did it last year, I'm sure I'm going to come away with things that I need to check out, that I haven't heard yet. So I'm just as stoked to hear everybody else's stuff as just talk about mine. So
thank you, Sheldon. Sorry, Jim, didn't mean to interrupt.
Thank you.
No. So jumping right in.
Number 10.
Okay. So my number 10 this year is Utter Tomb.
Oh, nice.
Very nice.
Really, really love this.
Just awesome album.
Yeah, so different. These guys from Chile, bringing something really unique. It's I'll use the overplayed word atmospheric death metal, but it really does create a very unique sort of atmosphere. It's suffocating but not so much where the songs aren't discernible. There really are, tangible riffs to hold on to sink your teeth in here. But there's just like, a sense of foreboding throughout that kept drawing me back to this record again and again. In fact, I just listened to it again yesterday. Highly recommend this if you want something that's unique and intense in a way that kind of gets under your skin rather than just, bashes it over your skull. So, Utter Tomb.
Not heard of it.
What?
So
Come
I'm
on,
so
Marty.
behind. It's ridiculous how
Marty.
much I've missed this year.
All right, I'm gonna send it to you. I have an extra CD.
Excellent. See, I was going to say that to everyone. Oh, I haven't heard that one either.
Well, Melanie kind of overall that power metal, right?
Dude, my list is pretty power metally. It's cool. Jim, thank you for starting us off. It's good to see you, brother, as always. Logan, the newest addition to the Heavy Metallurgy roster.
Rookie of the year.
Rookie of the year. Wow. Out of one, right? I'll take
Well,
it.
when you
I'll
put
take
it that way.
Yeah. Got to keep myself humble here. It's been awesome being a part of the Heavy Metallurgy album club this year. Been just ecstatic to be a part of this. So
Gonna be a reviewer too. I haven't done the deed yet, but he's gonna be also a contributor in the review section too.
Yep, watch out, everybody.
Nice.
Talking about beer in the new year, pouring the celebration beer in honor of tonight. It's a celebration of all things 2024, which for me was kind of more of a comfort year. I felt like I was going back to the bands that I already knew and loved a bit more, and the albums that I was anticipating from bands that I loved kind of hit for me. They were great albums. They measured up. They didn't really disappoint as much, and a lot of the albums I'm going to be talking about tonight are just those tried and true bands for me. So excited to share some of my favorites with, probably 100 plus people in the chat.
Already 110.
Oh, see, there we go.
Yeah.
Cheers to all you guys. But first, number 10 for me, one of my favorite, if not favorite, modern grind bands, Full of Hell. They are prolific as hell. And they released a new full length this year, as well as a collaborative album with Andrew Nolan, which is just really out there. I would highly recommend it. But this is their new album, Coagulated Bliss. And this is my favorite thing that they've done since Trumpeting Ecstasy, which came out on Southern Lord back in like 2017, I want to say. So this is their best album in close to a decade, for sure. And it's a bit more abstract. They were really going down more of a noisy and darker kind of sound. And they had a little bit more of like kind of garage rock or just off the wall elements that kind of sound a little bit more colorful and unique in their sound. But it is still like acid grind at times. And then like these slowed down, like more melodic sections, which are still just vitriolic in nature, but really out there kind of grindcore stuff, which they're blowing up, and I think they're continuing to do so. So happy to watch them to continue to have success. Couple cool guests on this album too. That we got Ross Dolan from Immolation on a track, and then Jacob Bannon from Converge on a track as well. So two of my favorite singers guesting on an album with Dylan, the singer of Full of Hell, who's right up there. Guy's unhinged. See him live if you can. So pick number 10, Full of Hell, Coagulated Bliss.
All right. Good to see you. Good start to the show here. We got next up is Kellen. How's it going, man?
What's going? I'm doing all right here. I think this is my first end of year stream with Heavy Metallurgy. In 22, I had my end of year thing with Zoller, and then last year I wasn't able to make it because of family stuff. So happy to be joining on an end of year stream. Record number 10 for me. This is Poland's Meat Spreader. let me get this title. Mental disease transmitted by radioactive fear. This is
Classic Kellen.
Polish gore grind. So
Of course it is.
Legendary like members from Squash Bowels, but Jaro from Dead Infection is the vocalist for this band. So it's his new project. Drummer from Eternal Rot, I think, jumps over, who all Polish. So this is my Polish death metal pick for this year. But where a gore grind album is going to finish on an end of year list might be a little bit limited. I had to sneak this in at number 10. Just if anyone's familiar with those gore grind bands, this is an elite sort of assemblage of members. So, meat spreader, mental disease transmitted by radioactive fear.
No relation to rib spreader, right? There's
No relation to rib spreader. No.
I actually was just listening to Dead Infection this morning.
Killer.
Yeah, I didn't
The
know.
best part of waking up is some dead
is
infection,
Dead
in your.
Infection. Yes.
You've just cost me money, Kellen. You just cost me money.
All right, Kellen, awesome start. A little meat spreader there to get us rolling. And Rick, how's it going, man?
Well, because Logan's gonna want to know. 'Cause doing the Dragon's Milk tonight, so a little 11%er. We'll see how vivid I am by the time we get to number one.
That's a little strong for the beginning there, Rick.
So starting out strong, man. I may have a few days. Can't promise. My cognitive ability later. I thought of a challenge. If we can avoid using 2 words tonight, see how well we can do. We can avoid using blood.
Blood incantation. Yeah, no problem.
Stop.
You win.
Not a
You
problem.
win a sticker pack.
Is that an emoji from the Discord server? We need to get the Alan Puffy sticker emoji going pronto.
Physical, so I can show it.
Yep.
No, but it's been a really good year, and willing this list down to 10, I hate you guys. This is so hard. But you know what? I'll get right to number 10. And so, but you know, my list might be a little on the doom heavy side, not shocking. But this album is from a band which they don't put out albums all too frequently, but the last one was The Death of Gaia. But Hortus Venom, Officium Trist. No one was talking about this one. For some reason, this album, nice Paul Giardi art, by the way, which is not typical of him doing something kind of like this nature-esque kind of thing.
Yeah, different.
Something gross or whatever, right? He's been a real busy guy this year, just overall. Transcending Obscurity, which I think is the only thing I have from this list, from this label. But very mature Death Doom band, been around a while. I think this is their 6th or I think 7th album. And it's very, probably almost, they used to be depressive. It was very, very, just very heavy and just fucking bogging and just crushing. This right here still has those elements, but they went more melodic. They built upon Death of Gaia, and it's quite sorrowful, somber, beautiful, but yet very, very dark. And this is what trumped albums like My Dying Bride, for example, for me this year. And with not as much fanfare, but I thought it was very good. One of my favorite songs of the year, Anna's Woe, was right in the middle of the album. It's like a 7-minute track, but just that alone is worth the pickup. Great album, great band. You know, they know what they're doing. They're very actualized, and yeah, but real awesome release. Highly recommend it if you haven't picked it up yet. So.
Behold, everyone, that's one of the rare cases that Rick owns where that CD has yet to hit the Rubbermaid section of his collection.
Will be, you know, and you guys will change your minds. I tell you, mark my words.
Right on, man. Good to see you as always, Melanie.
All right, I'm gonna piss everybody off with this. So I already did my top 20 death metal on my channel, but since we're doing metal today, I merged other genres onto my top 10 list this year, and this is my number 10. Hammerfall.
That's the wrong CD.
Hammer of Dawn. Oh, it's the wrong shit. Hold on, I got the wrong one. Sorry.
She's such a big fan, everyone.
At least this wasn't an album club episode, though. So.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that happens. I hear.
Christ. I grabbed the wrong one. This one, whatever the hell this is called, Avenge the Fallen.
Proving that they all sound the same.
Oh.
Hey. All right, Simon. Calm your tits. It's fine. As everybody knows, this is not really my normal cup of tea of music that I listen to, but this year I've expanded my horizons and moved into more of that power metal vibe, although I do not think this is a fully power metal album at all.
You're welcome, by the way. You're welcome.
Yeah, and this is all Marty and Alan's fault. This has been one of my favorite albums of the year. I've listened to this a ton. I did a review for it on Heavy Metallurgy, surprised everybody. And since then, as you can see, I've gone and bought other albums hey, to be fair, these are similar covers, all right? But yeah, this is easily my number 10. I probably would have maybe bumped it a little bit higher if I wasn't merging some metal genres in my 10 list. But yeah, again, although I just can't with this. Like, what the hell? Like, I can't. The cheese sometimes really bothers me.
Embrace
Bothering
it.
me now.
Take it all in. Take it all in.
But yeah, I mean, you guys can go watch the review. You know how I feel about it. Just made me happy. Made me feel weird that I liked it as much as I did.
I love it when the dam bursts open and all of a sudden more and more start arriving. And then, oh, check this band out. And yep. Our work here is done, Alan. Our work here is done. You're muted, Alan.
I can retire happy.
Yes. Good to see you, Mel. Welcome. Yep. And let's get this guy on here. Simon, what's up, man?
Oh, we're going to wash the taste of that out of my mouth. Number 10, Necrot. If anybody saw the halfway stream that a few of us did, Melanie was there as well, you're going to see a few repeats, but there has been some upsets with the later half of the year was incredibly strong. But Necrot wasn't going anywhere. It's moved down a little bit, but it is still in top 10. Probably one of the catchiest death metal albums of the year. I think it's Necrot's best album for me. Listening to it so often, it's my number 1 from them now. The opening track, Cut the Cord, is just an absolute anthem of the year. It's so good. They've added like a bit of a sort of Stockholm, Sweden sound into the US sound. It's like a California sort of dismember mix. It's like a real bastardized thing. It's awesome. Drill the Skull, another killer track on this. 7 tracks, 40 minutes of very memorable death metal that doesn't get goofy. It's just put your pedal to the metal and smash out some Necrot. This one is really, really awesome. And big fan. Go away, Jack. Necrot.
I have a feeling Jack's going to be doing a lot of this tonight.
He's going to hate all of mine.
He's going to do this a lot.
Awesome, Simon. Thanks. Good to see you. And Sue, you're up. How's it going?
Good, thank you. So I thought 2024 was a great year for music. There was so much to listen to, and it was really hard coming up with this list and, refining it up until the last minute. But I ended up going with a number 10. That was one of my reviews this year. It was Orange Goblin, Science Not Fiction. And I felt this was a really strong album from them, probably the best one they've done in a long time. And it's, if you're not familiar with the band, it's like stoner rock with a lot of attitude, kind of a rough and tumble, barroom brawling type of sound. And I felt that they kicked their lyrics up a notch with this one. And it was just a lot of fun to listen to. And I loved it right away. And it had some standout tracks like False Hope Diet, Cemetery Rats, and The Fire at the Center of the Earth Is Mine. It's some really classic stuff that I know I'll continue listening to for a long time.
Right on. Good to see you. Good pick.
Thanks.
And Alan, you're up.
All right. Just a couple of quick shout outs before my number 10. Somebody sent me a copy of The Crown Death Race 2000, but it arrived with no note and no return address or anything, so I have no idea who sent it as some VCLT, but thank you to whoever sent it. I haven't had a chance to open it yet, but yeah, I haven't checked that album out in forever, so it'd be cool to revisit it. And just a quick reminder, for winners of the Deserts of Hex number 2, we still need some mailing addresses from y'all. Let us know who you are so that we can send you your prize. With that, on to my number 10. And, let's see. What if I say Lud Nincantation? Am I still in the running for Rick's sticker prize?
No.
So
You will be punished.
I will survive without. But yes, I know this album has been discussed to death. Some people love it. Some people are not into the band anymore. That's okay both ways. I wasn't sure what to expect. They obviously have changed, pretty noticeably from release to release. But I checked this one out, and I have enjoyed it quite a bit. It's been kind of flirting with, the bottom of my top 10 or maybe an honorable mention. But as I've double checked things, it's like, I think it is good enough. And I see it getting enough play in the future that it does deserve to sneak into the top 10. Sure, I understand the Pink Floyd elements, don't appeal to a lot of, hardcore death metal fans. But I think it's, a fairly interesting direction. And I think they do it pretty well. It works for me and for others. So yeah, Blood Incantations, Absolute Elsewhere is going to be my number 10 pick for 2024. And yes, I want to be working off my phone quite a bit tonight.
Right on.
But Marty, I do believe that leaves only you before we rotate back to the top of the batting order.
Yeah. Well, for me, as every year, 2024 was a great year for metal. They always are. See people online crying and whining, this year sucked for metal. You're just not trying hard enough. You're not looking in the right spots. But my list is a reflection of stuff I listened to a lot this year, mostly. And a lot of power metal. Just the way it's been. My kid's thankfully getting into it and coming up into it, so I've been enjoying that with him. So it's been a lot of fun. But having said all of that, it is a latecomer, and it is the Stench record. Purulence Gushing from the Coffin. This is a Simon corruption. As I was editing his video, I was, obviously pulling samples. I'm like, okay, this is just sick and fun. It's just not reinventing the wheel, just down-tuned, programmed drums. The drums are tuned down. Even the cymbals are tuned down, which is a telltale sign that he just took the knob and went, hey, let's drop that an octave. But this is fun. One-man death from Mexico on Mi Seco and Ojo Records. Ojo, whatever. And I don't know. This is just a lot of fun. The riffs are super, super catchy. I wish the vocals were a hair louder in the mix, but it's such a minor. They're almost an instrument. They almost act like an instrument with the rest of this, but this is just knuckle dragging, mean and ugly, detuned death metal. Yeah.
So much fun.
It's a lot of fun, and that's why it knocked out a couple things I wish it didn't off my list that are a lot more mature. But yeah, this is just good, sick, and filthy death to the core. Check it out. Good stuff. So that swings us around to number 9, and we're going with Jim again.
All right, so moving into the black metal realm. Be remiss if I didn't hold up the holder. Versus an Oath. I love the title track. It's super catchy. I love it when black metal has memorable choruses, and she's really good at writing those. I think the songcraft as a whole is a step up from God Slastering, and it was definitely something that it had just like a lot of energy and good driving music. I drive my son to his drum lessons every week, and it's a good haul away from my home. So this made that trip with me many times, and shout out to my buddy Tanner, who was on tour playing the keyboards on this, or no, guitar. He played guitar on this. He plays keyboards in Crypt Sermon. Yeah.
Yep.
Anyway, but yeah. So yeah, just really quality black metal. I definitely think there's some Emperor love on here, which that's a key to my heart.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and but yeah, if the songcraft keeps continuing like this, I'm just going to keep buying Holder records when they come out. So yeah, my number 9.
You know what's funny, Matt? Like I saw Holder earlier this year, and I kept thinking to myself, who's got the longer hair, her or that singer from like Dark and Nocturne Slaughter Cult?
Oh yeah,
I don't know.
Her husband, right, plays the band. He's got the really long hair too. It's like this long hair fest.
Yeah, long hair, whatever. Rub it in, everybody with hair.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Let's talk about long hair. That'd be great. Us bald guys. Anyway, Logan, how's it going?
Yeah, that's
Hey.
good.
Yeah, good picks all around. For me, number 9, I'm going with some more modern sounding doom. We're talking like the in between melodic doom and like funeral doom, but definitely with like an American twist. This band started out on Gilead Media, and this is the latest album from Forn or Fjorn. I don't know how you pronounce it. They've got a little something over the O there. But this is on Persistent Vision Records, so they jumped from Gilead for this release, and this is Repercussions of the Self is the name of this album, and it flows very much like a concept album, like they're trying to write one long song. It works if you break it down individually, but it's definitely best digested as one long piece of music. It's cathartic. It's extremely emotive. They go a lot of different directions with it. There's some industrial influence. There's some like clean, like women howling and clean singing on this, like over top the death vocals, but not in a way that would make you think of like Swallow the Sun or something like that. So this has definitely been a band I've been enjoying following, and this might be their best album. It's either this one or their debut from 2014, The Departure of Consciousness. This definitely check out if you want something slow but still with a lot of feeling. So Forn, Repercussions of the Self, number 9.
All right. Kellen, if I can find you, there you are.
All right, is my mic all right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Not too hot.
Yep.
Okay. Awesome. So this was not a tremendous year for, in my opinion, for more traditional heavy metal. But this project, Faith On, this is Wielder of the Steel. This is Wrath from Scythian and Craven Idol. This is his epic heavy metal project. For fans of, like, if you listen to Scythian, we covered that album or their second release for Album Club. There's definitely some sort of Viking era Bathory, but if you look into like Doom Sword or Man of War, this is sort of their his attempt to sort of pay homage to that world. Debut release from this project, but I've been, from his work in Scythian to Craven Idol, I've really enjoyed what Wrath has to do. So their debut release here, Faith On, Wielder of the Steel.
Okay. Rick.
All right. I don't know how many of you guys pulled raw black metal tonight. It's probably not something that makes a lot of top 10s, just kind of overall for a particular style, especially the one-man stuff. This is one that I was not expecting to be on the list whatsoever. I know about this project, third album in, but I'm like, this is really, really, really good. It kind of harkens back to the 90s. If you like the 90s, kind of like the Norwegian stuff, I'm talking about the early Dark Throne, Mayhem, with a bit of the Americanisms from Portland. And this is Haunt. No, not that. There's a Haunt in Portland.
That's a good album.
Something near. It's amazing. And the drumming on this is incredible. It uses real drums, by the way. You hear one-man black metal, you're thinking probably not a real drummer. Man, and that last track with the Simon, it's the one with his mother singing a lullaby or whatever, and the baby's crying in the background. It's just so eerie. But yeah, it's as nasty as it looks on the cover. But performed really, really well. It does have some hooks. It's not just a bunch of monotonous noise. There is some stuff to really latch on to. There are riffs. And again, if you love the 90s throwback, kind of just Norwegian sound, there's a lot of that in here. And this guy really gets it. He really knows and really knows that style. It's best work yet. I would say if you're going to start with Haunt, start with this one. If you like it,
agreed.
Work your way back. But this is the best work to date. But good haunting stuff, raw, but not in that kind of sense where you're going to tune out. It's quite catchy.
That has slipped under my radar. Didn't you just show this, Simon, in a video recently?
Yeah, I did my last black metal one. It's got a lot of Judas Iscariot in it. It's really good.
There you go.
That's the Americanisms part, I was referring to.
Nice.
Good stuff.
All right. Melanie.
All right. Number 9 is A Sadist with Eden Through. So this band is kind of a bizarre band in that it's got a lot of chaos, I guess you could say. It's got a lot of influences of like grindcore, and there's also death metal. So this album though has pretty much everything you can ever imagine under the sun of all these different blends of death metal, grindcore, influences, some noise, very dissonant and crushing at times. It's just all over the place. They remind me a lot of some of these other crazier bands like Defacement and stuff like that. But this album, I think it's their second full-length album. It's out on Total Dissonance Worship, which is like an awesome underground metal label. You should check them out if you don't know who they are. And it's got a lot of prog elements to it. They added a lot of prog elements to it. So it's got a very jazzy vibe towards, especially on the B side. But it's just all over the place. And just, I was hooked as soon as I heard it. It's a very harsh listen if you're not like really into that chaotic style of music. Definitely has some similarities to like Full of Hell's newest album within their own vein. But yeah, this is by far, as soon as I heard this album, I was completely hooked on it. I was a fan of their last album that they had on Transcending Obscurity, but this one is by far just miles so much better than their last. Just so like unique. It's a very unique listen. It's not a straightforward death metal album. It's not a straightforward grindcore album. It's just really mixed and blended in with so many different elements. But again, that jazzier, proggier side really, really hooked me in. So yeah, if you're looking for something really, really unique, I'll ping it in the chat so you know how to spell this. But definitely check this out. They're so good, so good. I was so just. This came out really early in the year, and this has stuck with me ever since then. So awesome stuff. Probably one of the more obscure albums on my list this year.
Right on. Okay, Simon, you are up next.
All right. With the only CD I'm showing tonight, number 9, Adversarial, Solitude with the Eternal. I'm hoping at least one other person will show this, but we will see. Canadian Black Death band. They stay pretty underground considering how long they've been going on for, but pretty limited amount of releases. This is their first in 9 years, very anticipated when it dropped. And it's very much got that suffocating ulcerate kind of production, but it's more the fury of immolation, bit of Angel Corpse or something. They really do have their own sound, though. They brought the pingy snare back from the debut, but not quite as pingy, so it doesn't drive you nuts, but it does have a nice tight snare, so I was happy with that. It's just a hurricane. That's what this is. It is a hurricane of death metal out on Dark Descent. Pretty sure they've stayed on Dark Descent the whole time. But yeah, this thing's ferocious. Amazing cover artwork. Love the logo. Had to buy the shirt. Yeah, awesome stuff. Check it out. Adversarial, Solitude with the Eternal.
All right, Sue.
Okay, so coming in at number 9, I have Riot 5 with Mean Streets.
That's a good album.
Nice.
It really is.
I mean, I really leaned into Riot this year when we did our epic live stream on them, and really listened to every single album in total depth. And then I started appreciating the Riot 5 stuff. A lot of it really holds up.
It's really good.
Yeah, I feel like they've really done justice to Mark Reality's legacy, and they're continuing on in the same vein, and he would have been really pleased. So what can I say? It's excellent. Check out, there's a couple of videos online for some songs on the record, and if you like Riot, you will like Riot 5, and this is a particularly solid release.
Their performance at Rock Hard Festival is online as well, and it is really, really awesome. They crush, just killed it.
Yeah, amazing.
All right, good one. Alan, where are you at? There you are, down the bottom there.
Yeah. Wait, we might see Riot pop up at least once more tonight. Don't know. We'll see. But number 9 for me, we go back to Chile. And before I show, I do want to echo something Simon said earlier. I thought the second half of the year was really, really strong too. A bunch of stuff that was on my mid-year list did have to get bumped off for some later releases. This one kind of came out in the middle of the year. It was the debut from Mayhemic called Toba.
Nice.
Really, really out of control, just Chilean speed metal, very, very fast, very thrashy. The thing for me personally that puts it over the top is it's got these crazy geologic references from the album title. Toba is a volcano that had a super volcanic eruption about 75,000 years ago. All these things about Neanderthals and Olduvai Gorge, things that are, big paleoanthropology references. So it's basically combining, what I do for a living with geology, with all the stuff that I like to listen to, and just is a great listen. Is extremely fast. One of those albums that feels like it's always a little bit out of control, but in the good way. So yeah, just another example of really quality Chilean metal that really captures an old school vibe without feeling like some retro revival type thing. It definitely has their own sound and will really appeal to fans of older early and mid 80s stuff. Can't say enough good things about how fun this one is. So number 9 for me is Mayhemic's Toba. Great album.
All right. Okay, there's one I reviewed earlier in the year, and I was really looking forward to it, and it has been off the list at least 3 times, but I can't keep it off. It's The Cosmic Race by Scanner. There's some wonky stuff happening on here, but you know what? It just has that old German power and speed vibe. I don't know. I really, really like this record. The vocalist has got a really unique voice. It's a little wonky at times, but it might be the production. The production, you could tell they kind of did it themselves, it sounds like, and things can be a little lopsided, but at the end of the day, the harmony, the vocal harmony lines are really strong. The music is really good, great solos. And I love the cover artwork. Not that the cover artwork is, essential to this being on my list, but I'm a fan of the German metal, and this just really clicked all the boxes. Keep coming back to it, and in fact, I've been listening to it the last couple days because it's been a minute since I've spun it due to a bunch of other stuff that comes up, of course. But it holds up. It's good. It deserves to be on the list. So yeah, Scanner, The Cosmic Race. Check it out. Good stuff. All right. We have circled back around to Jim.
All right. So, it's only been in the last couple of years I've been getting more into brutal death metal, and which is great that I'm, really discovering it and learning more about it. And this album just really slammed me over the head this year. It's the Brodequin, Harbinger of Woe. This thing is just absolutely crushing, man. It's just, riff city. Every riff is memorable to me. The vocals are just digesting a bear in acid. It's just amazing. Throughout. There's never a dull moment on this. Sometimes you can get washed out in chugs or blasts in brutal death, but these guys really know how to edit and make sure that every riff in the song matters. And ever since I first heard it this year, I've been listening to it over and over. I listened to it just as recently as last week, and so and I'll be honest with you, I'm not familiar with their older stuff, so I'm excited to go back in time and revisit these guys' older stuff because this album really, really sits well with me, and I just love that old school painting cover. Like it perfectly suits the music. So yeah, Brodequin, Harbinger of Woe.
Did you see the cover and then buy the album, or the other way around?
No. I can't remember. Kellen, was it you that was talking about it?
Yeah. I brought it to Album Club, and it's yeah. They'll show up again here, I'm sure, before the night's over.
Did we do? No, Melanie reviewed this. Melanie
I reviewed it. Yep.
Yeah.
I think I talked about it on Album Club, and
Oh, right.
Melanie did the review for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
pretty
that's
sure
one I
watched your
haven't bought
review
yet.
too,
It
Melanie.
crushes. Really
Yeah,
good.
Pretty sure I watched your review too. But yeah, either way, you guys are right. This thing is just, for me, it's just a must this year. So.
All right. Logan, you are up next.
All right, number 8. Let's see. So sticking with death metal, but maybe not quite. We're kind of in like unique territory with death metal. We got the latest Pyron album. Yeah, this is Exhaust, coming out on Willow Tip, kind of like a surprise drop midway through the year in September, or I guess towards the end. But I've always enjoyed these guys, but none of their albums have necessarily clicked with me. Like they've always been like, swallowing glass through your ear holes, basically. And I don't want to do that so often. This is a nice balance where it still, sounds like you're swallowing glass, but it's actually palatable. There's cohesive songs that are more easier to digest on here. I think it sounds more cohesive as an album total, and it's only like 38 minutes. I can get through that. I can survive that. And, it just sounds like the backdrop to someone's sanity ending, like fraying, as you're just dealing with the humdrum 9-to-5 city life. And these guys are from New York, so they should know. But all I know is sometimes I find myself doing chores like the dishes or cleaning a litter box, listening to this album, and I feel like my, sanity is snapping. And thanks, Pyron. I appreciate that. The songs like Out of Gas and Stress Fractures are top notch on here. And yeah, this is like jagged technical death metal mixed with noise rock. It's unique, I think, and definitely this is the best they've put out, in my opinion. Exhaust at number 8.
It's all this bird violence, Napalm Death do it too.
Converge.
Yeah. Save the birds, guys.
Yep.
Save the pigeons.
All
They
right.
can't fly into wind towers if they get smashed on death metal albums.
That's right. Okay, Kellen, you are up.
Okay, so that adversarial won't be on my list this year, and it's not because it's
Get
a
out.
poor record, Simon. Sorry to let you down, but this album had a very strange release schedule. This is the latest offering from Diocletian, Inexorable Nexus.
right.
Yeah,
Um,
that's good.
it like got a digital release way ahead of actually any kind of physical, months ahead.
I wonder why bands do that, because once it's out digitally, it's released. It just is.
And then there was they were on tour, and then they released like a limited press tour. Anyway, it took forever. When I saw this album, the artwork, and you get a font change on the logo, you're kind of a little bit nervous as to what's to come. But their previous record, Amongst the Burning Flames, I thought was kind of underwhelming. This release, we see Jeff Drake's or Caller of Storms from Blasphemy. He joins Ryan Forster, Blasphemy, Conqueror. They kind of join in on this record. And it's, I think, a solid return to form from a band that does the extreme thing really well.
They're very brutal live as well.
All right. Where are we at? Rick, you are up.
All right. This used to be higher on my list, but then just getting pushed back. And I thought this would be. I got all their albums to date, and so I guess I'm the first one to show this. I don't know how many of you guys pulled this, but got to do the Tribulation. So Rosa Laternum, it was a good year for goth. If you're into goth metal, I think there was a lot of really good drops. This edged out like Unto Others, a few other bands. Is it the best goth album of the year? I think The Cure might push these guys a little more, but it's not metal. Though this is quite a bit of a stylistic change, but it was every progressing album. You kind of already know that with the way they but this is probably some of their catchiest material to date. Is it the most extreme stuff they've done? No, obviously. They move into the more melodic, more of the earworm kind of hooks, which kind of latch onto you, which I think is really the strong point with this particular album. If you like the particular direction style that they're going for, if you don't like the fact that they're not as extreme as they used to be, you probably would have already dropped out from the catalog already. If you've been following this band the whole time and been on the Tribulation train, I don't see why you wouldn't be a fan. But really, really good stuff. Some of the best stuff in this particular style coming out of Sweden. But hope to catch them live one day when they come back around. But yeah, so Tribulation.
All right. A lot of people are showing that one. That's for sure. Melanie.
All right. The only $20 spin label album on my top 10. Sybaris with Maze Envy.
Nice.
Their second full length. Amazing group of guys out of California. Was huge fans of them when they did their demos and stuff like that. Sewer Rot Records. This is just crushing death doom, slow death doom, melancholic, sad. Nothing bright about it. Incredible violin on the B side of this album that just is captivating. Everything about this album has been just one of my favorites to come out this year ever since it came out. So if you're into that death doom, that really like sad, sorrowful death doom, you'll absolutely enjoy this album. So Rick, I'm actually surprised I haven't seen you talk much about this because I definitely think you'll really enjoy this album a lot.
It's good drops in that style. Like just that really doomy, it's just there's too much competition. But you're right. That was a really good one.
I mean, it borderlines just a tiny bit of Funeral, just a tiny bit, not super, but it gets to that really slow style, but it's just super crushing. Just a overall sad, depressing sounding album, but so good at the same time. But yeah, awesome group of guys. Big fans of my channel as well, so appreciate that. No bias here whatsoever.
I didn't think you were gonna hold up and say, "Hey, thanks guys for subscribing. This album sucks."
But yeah, again, the only $20 spin label album on my. Oh, that's not true. I lied. That's not true. There's one other one I forgot. But $20. Well, I could easily do like a top 20 of $20 spin releases this year. So yeah, awesome stuff.
All right. Simon.
An immense sound on that Sybaris. Huge sound.
For sure.
All right, number 8. I will be very surprised if I don't see at least one other metallurgist, possibly two, show this one. The latest from Unerspricklich and Colton, Haxon Sabaoth. I've always really dug this very Lovecraftian fueled death metal band out of Chile. I'm pretty confident to say this is my favorite album from them. They're one of those bands that is actually getting better with every album. Just slight progressions each time, just improving as musicians every time. And yeah, I'm happy to say this is my favorite by them now. Dark and twisted, very complex. It's I'd say they're getting a little bit more stargazer-ish with each album. It's just such a good thing. Comparing this to their 2005 debut album is like listening to a different band. It's very, very different stuff from the early days. They're like just bludgeoning and primitive in the early days. There's a lot of thinking man's creativity kind of death metal going on here. Lots to unpack, and definitely their most complex one so far. So yeah, Unerspricklich and Colton, very nice looking gatefolds.
Good album.
Yeah, good stuff. Number 8.
Tough to spell though.
I just press U and hope for the autocorrect.
Hard to chant their name at a concert. All right, Sue.
All right. Thankfully, I finally stopped coughing.
Oh, no.
John's laughing. Okay. So coming in at number 8, I have a band that I really feel flies under the radar, but never disappoints. And we're talking about Grand Magus. So this one was called Sun Raven, and it's a perfect blend of power metal with some doom elements, and they really came out swinging on this one. It just start to finish, really great stuff. I thought the track "The Wheel of Pain" is worth the price of admission alone. So go for it. Title track's awesome too. So made number 8.
Awesome. Okay. Ellen.
Yeah, that's a band I need to check out more. Always hear good things about them. Let's see. Number 8 for me is a debut album. Came out on Dying Victims Productions, very much in their wheelhouse. They're out of Austin, Texas. They're called Mean Mistreater. The album is called Razor Wire. And yeah, this is very straightforward, new wave of traditional heavy metal, but it's done incredibly well. They have a fantastic vocalist. She's got a really good, kind of tough, a little gruffer voice than you often hear from a front lady, but she sounds really fantastic. The guitar work is just absolutely great. The songs have tremendous energy. It's the kind of album that you immediately find very catchy, very fun, and holds up to a lot of repeat listens. I've been playing this on and off basically all year. It came out early in the year. The band self-released it, and then Dying Victims picked it up and reissued it a couple of months later. So yeah, there's nothing unique about this band. They're not inventing anything new, but they're doing new wave of traditional heavy metal as well as just about any new band I've heard in the past couple of years. So yeah, this one just kind of kept creeping up, kept getting replayed all year, and it's ended up being number 8 on my list. So that's, again, Mean Mistreater, debut album Razor Wire, and they already have a sophomore album lined up to release in 2025. I think it comes out in February or March, and I've already heard the promos for it, and it sounds absolutely killer too. So this is going to be a band to keep an eye on. Mean Mistreater out of Austin.
I like how they have
Good cover.
they have the razor wire, but with the razor wire in the name too, just in case you missed the imagery.
Just in case.
All right. Well, my number 8. I have not seen this on any lists or anybody talking about it other than me, but this is the debut album from Century. It's on High Roller Records, self-titled. This is basically Manila Road minus Mark Shelton. So this band, it got a huge pass onto my list because I listen to this a lot because it does sound a lot like Manila Road. I mean, this band is a spiritual successor, of course. The guy's name that took over the guitar, I don't have that one. Oh, there it is. He's named Callie Goldsmith, Eric Callie Goldsmith. And if you watch the tribute to Mark Shelton that Keep It True Festival did, he played a lot of guitar during that whole thing. It's like an almost 3-hour long show. Anyway, this album is really, really good. It's got a better production than the later Manila Road albums had. A little bit like they went into a better studio other than Mark's basement. And the last 3 tracks in particular, actually, no. The Haunting, Heaven Sent, and Valkyries, Raise the Hammers. Those 3 songs is just so well written and done. Brian's vocals, he sounds a lot like Mark, you know, the deranged wizard a little bit more mid-range and controlled. I don't know. I'm a fan of this. It isn't probably the best album in the world this year, but you know what? I listen to this a lot, and I put it on this week to double check, and yeah, it still holds true for me. Check out this new Century album. It's worth getting if you're a Manila Road fan, 100%. So that's my number 8. And we have a new guest in the rotation here. We're gonna get TJ, Album Club representing again. How's it going, man?
Hey, what's up?
How you doing?
I was fine until I had to get up for this mess. I was taking a beautiful nap, but no, man, we're getting ready. Our Christmas is tomorrow, and so I'm just doing baking cheesecakes and shit.
Right on.
So that's but we'll cut right to the chase. I'm gonna
10 through 8. Go through 10 through 8.
Nope. I'm gonna regale you guys with my top 6, maybe. It's been a rough year for me.
Well, then just do 1.
Well, we'll start with let's start with the. I brought this one of these guys. This is a Brazilian death metal band called Rotborn. This band just kind of crosses all the T's and dots all the I's. They're just so tight. This is their second release. Forgive me, I can't read the name of this label. But something I stumbled across on Bandcamp a while back, and these guys absolutely crush. But otherwise, if you haven't, checked this out, you definitely just straight ahead, rock solid shit. Yeah.
All right. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. And Jim,
You're welcome.
You're number 7.
All right, number 7. This is my favorite thing that came out of Profound Lore this year, Cosmic Putrefaction. This is good progressive death metal to me, if that's what you want to call it. I mean, I think it's just very different. I love the layering of the electronics. The Dimlick-like riffing, the fantastic drum work on it. I mean, the lyrical content. I mean, this album is just a full package, and I've been listening to it like over and over. It definitely takes me out of the mundanity of everyday life. It's a great album to do things like wash dishes to or whatever. Fold your laundry or whatever, and just be taken down into a deep dark pit of death metal. I think the cover perfectly embodies the vibe of this album. It's just utterly unique. I like the older stuff, but I think it really all comes together on this record. I think it's a highlight of this guy's musicianship and songcraft, and Gigi, I believe is his name, and he's one of those kinds of musicians. I think it just gets better and better. So I'm super curious to see where the future takes this guy. I think he's a true artist in the death metal genre, and it's a must-have for me in 24.
So Gabriel from that band is I did like a small review of that album, and he went into insane detail about how he recorded it and like what resources he used and all this stuff. So if you go to my review, you can read that. Like he commented on the video, so I thought that was pretty cool. But yeah, he's an awesome guy. He's super into the scene too, so he watches like everybody's YouTube videos and stuff.
Nice, yeah, I'll definitely check that out. Great.
All right, Logan.
Cool. All right, number 7. So this is actually a new band for me. 1 out of 2 for my top 10 that are entirely new for this year. They're not new though. They've actually had a 30-year-long career, and I am just coming in extremely late. Better late than never. Seer Bliss.
I need to hear that.
Heavenly Down.
Yeah.
I think you'd like it, Marty.
I've got like 4 of their other CDs from back in the day. I dig it.
Did they still have like just all brass section?
Yeah, there's like horn. There's a horn section, which you wouldn't think would work, but it does. It works.
It works beautifully. It's amazing. If you had told me that I would have been hooked on a melodic black metal album with a full horn section, I'd been like, what kind of hipster shit is this? But no, this is legit. I don't know. It's just good. It's epic. The horns really work. They add a lot of emotional weight to this album, a lot of heft to the songs, and they're not used sparingly, but they don't take up like good riffs. Like there's still killer riffs on here, like on the first track, and just throughout this album they still put these like really sharp melodic black metal riffs, and then they just swell the whole song with this beautiful horn section that it uplifts you too, for sure. And there's some clean singing on here, but I enjoy it. I think it's used very sparingly, and it really adds a lot of quality to it. So I was absolutely blown away by this band. I will be checking out more of their stuff, and if it sounds like this album, I will be picking up more.
I don't think you have any weak albums. That's a great band.
That's a double-edged sword. I like to hear that, but my wallet doesn't. So I look forward to listening to it, though.
Right on.
Number 7.
All right. Good pick. Remind me to check that one out. Kellen.
Okay, Sue. So I missed that Grand Magus this past year, but this kind of slid into that spot for me. This is Mountain Throne.
That is good. That's weird. That's good.
The Silver Light. It kind of sits in that spot. I mean, another band that I think I would describe fills this role is like Argus, which is like a doom band, but they've got a little bit of a epic heavy metal or traditional heavy metal vibe to it. This is a band from Germany. You know, when I think of like Wheel or Cross Vault, bands that may play in that style, they're much more of a traditional doom. This has got a little bit more of an epic heavy metal thing going on. It was a fun discovery this year, so I need to spend more time with that Grand Magus because I really do like that band. But this is maybe for anyone who digs that style, may want to check out.
Right on. Rick.
All right. I don't know how many. I don't think anybody showed any Greek black metal yet. But no, I'm not showing the new Rotting Christ. I know some people were disappointed by that one, and it was a little higher, but it quickly fell below everything else on the list. The new Career is good. I don't have a physical of it yet, but this particular album, they got a new vocalist. I like the previous album, as a dude from Thou Art Lord, Blazing Inferno, Jotheria. This is an example of just quality Greek black metal. Like if people were to tell me, give me an example of really good Greek black metal, especially some of the current stuff. I mean, this is like a poster child to me anyway of the stuff that's coming out of there. That's really good. Jim Mutilator does some really good stuff. I love his Medieval Demon project. But I hope they keep this vocalist for the next one too, because starting to get used to it. But just everything, the dynamics, I think is what really helps this album. I'll get a sleeve if you want. I'll do it.
Who are you, Rick? Have you been replaced by a drone?
Well,
a New Jersey drone is taking flesh. Anyway.
I hear people like to replace this. They crack like hell every time. I was gotta keep replacing them. So I found a solution. There you go. But yeah, really, really good album. I'll probably pick it up on vinyl at some point, but really, really good stuff. At Circle Productions. It's only their second album.
Right on. Melanie.
All right. Well, might as well get it out of the way. We've got Flood Incantation.
There we go.
Emojis right here.
Looks like I'm getting some sweet stickers.
Yeah. The most overhyped piece of shit album, if you ask, the people that absolutely hate this band. But however, I find it to be a very good album. I quite enjoyed it. I like Blood, Pink Floyd, and I like prog, and I like it in death metal. And yeah, I don't know. It was not my number one though. I definitely have not listened to it for a couple of weeks, so it kind of fell pretty far after that. The hype was there for like a week, and then I came back down to earth a little bit. But I know what people say about it. I've already heard everything, but I'm sure this will not be the last time this album gets shown tonight, I'm assuming. So there we go. Flood Incantation.
All righty then.
Better than Blood Floyd. That doesn't work.
No, it doesn't.
Sounds like a grind band. All right. What is it? It's number 7. Okay, so another one I think I might see again tonight. We will see. Giendod.
It's in my honorable mentions. Anyway.
Fuck you, Marty.
I know.
Livskrumper.
Yeah! Fuck you, Marty!
Yep.
Yeah, this is fantastic. This one's risen up the list from the halfway point of the year. Norwegian band out of Trondheim with all the cool kid bands. Usually a bit of a mysterious two-piece going by some aliases, but they got a dedicated drummer on this one, which was a guy that used to be in Beth Zeta way back in the day. And added a really good dynamic, I think. This band's really interesting in that all of their albums sound very different. Like they approach black metal differently with every album. So there's like a Giendod for every season or something. This one's really good. It's borderline raw black metal at times, but then goes into, it's got traditional folk elements. It's a mix of things. This one, I think, reminds me of Doldrum's The Knocking from 2022. I get a lot of that from this album, which was an excellent one. Lots of progressive stuff in this, lots of strange riffs, strange passages. If you liked Blasphemous Ruin album from last year, then I reckon there's a lot of that style in here too. But yeah, Giendod, Liv Scrumper, really, really good stuff. And Marty should have been on your list. Unbelievable.
Well, I have so much other stuff. I got it so late. I've only had it for like 2 weeks, so it's not.
Really? No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I have excuses anyway.
Yeah. Okay.
Sue, if I can find you, there you are. Sue.
Okay, so this is one that I got into late as well. I think it did come out earlier in the year, but I just got onto it recently. It's a band that I've liked over time, but I often forget about, to be honest. And this is the first album that they've put out since 2015, and it's Warlord. What's it called?
I still haven't checked that out yet.
Spirit Soar. Yeah,
That's
it's
good.
really good. So they still have Mark Zonder from Fate's Warning on drums. They are no longer affiliated with any members of Hammerfall, but one of their key members passed away, unfortunately, but they've built a new really solid lineup, and there's some great stuff on here. So I definitely recommend it. Check it out.
All right. Good one. That's got to be on the list too. Alan, where are you? There you are.
Yeah, a lot of Warlord fans were quite happy with that one. So nice call. All right, number 8 for me. Another album that a lot of people have talked and put on their lists. It was on my mid-year list a little bit higher, but it slid down a few spots. Like I said, a lot of good stuff came out later in the year. It is Crypt Sermon with the Stygian Rose. It's an incredibly dark cover, but there we go. This is the band's third album. Kind of an epic doom, also kind of into the new wave of traditional heavy metal. Really nice blend of styles. A very strong album from them. I think the only reason it has slid a few spots for me is that I have, finally come to the conclusion this album is just not going to top their sophomore effort for me personally. Both albums are good, but I like the previous album a little bit better. So in terms of replayability, this one's always going to be, fighting for spins against the album that came before it. But, it's got at least one bona fide classic with the Scrying Orb on it.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, a very, very good album. It deserves all the praise and chatter that it has gotten this year. I've been really happy to see a lot of people giving it credit on the year-end lists. Wish it was a spot or two higher, but like I said, I think it's just a not even a step below the previous album, but like a half step down. But they're still going strong. This is one of the better bands that has come along in the past 10 years. So, yep, gotta love Crypt Sermon coming in here at number 7 for me this year.
Okay. Well, thankfully, I am not burdened by hearing any other Crypt Sermon. So my number 7 is exactly the Stygian Rose.
Oh, there we go.
This album is, I'm really surprised. I've seen them live twice. I don't know. It was good, but I think Brooks's voice kind of bugged me a little bit, but nothing bothers me on this at all.
It can take a little getting used to his voice. It can.
I really like the warmth of this record. I love the guitar work. The solos are fantastic. Scrying Orb, definitely great. Heavy as the Crown of Bone is excellent. This album really kind of goes quick for me. You just feel like I'm getting into it and it's over. And that's kind of that's the way I want records like this. I don't want them to prattle on forever. I want it to just get in, entertain, and get out. And this does it. Yep, our buddy Tanner's in this on synthesizer. I think he wrote one of the songs. But I don't know. It has encouraged me to eventually check out their other releases, but I really like this one. The production really lends itself well to the material here, and I just hear a lot of really well done heavy metal. There's some doomy elements for sure, but yeah, excellent record. I was quite impressed with this.
I got to point out Greg Pollard's comment about Arthur Risk. To me, he's like the production guy of the year. To me, just based in Philly, that band. He's done Eternal Champion, and Blood Incantation. The guy just is really good behind the board. Because his work will be on this list. With some of the stuff we'll be showing. And I might be a bit biased because Arthur Risk helped me get in the Blood Incantation show, but that's another story.
Nice. Oh, no stickers for you, Rick. Yeah. Anyway, they're dropping like flies, people. TJ, what you got?
Yeah, I realized I failed to mention the name of that Rotborn record is Shrapnels of a Panic Spiral. I was just so excited to be here. I wasn't thinking through everything I was saying. So anyway, this one, I don't think anybody's going to bring this up. Can we see it?
Coffins.
Coffin. That's an awesome album.
That's a good album.
It's a great album.
It's Coffins. If you know what they are, if you know who they are, you know what you're getting. I mean, just balls heavy, death metal, great riffs, solid. No, there's nothing new, or it's just really good. These guys just crush all the time. I've got a lot of their stuff. I don't have quite all of it, but yeah, killer release. Sinister Oath.
Yeah, it's really good, well produced. It sounds like a Coffins album.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Yep. Yeah, it was in my top 10 at the mid-year, and it just barely missed the cut here at the end. It's like one of my top honorable mentions.
All right. It's easier to do it this way. I can actually see because of my old eyes. There we go. Jim.
All right. Let's bring it back to some raw black metal. Departure Chandelier. Sada, Satan, Soldier of Fortune. Yeah, that's it.
Nailed it.
Sound out the big words.
Yeah.
The new Departure Chandelier record.
Yeah, I can't read. Yeah, this one. Bringing back the raw as they did on their previous, but the introduction of the keyboards on this album, I think, really helped it stand apart and made it like eminently re-listenable to me. Gave it a whole new vibe, but yet didn't detract from their kind of like distortion laden ferocity that they kind of bring. So yeah, I like that. I can't really put a finger on what it is exactly they do. Like, it's raw, but they're able to use simple synths to add the atmosphere, and just kind of make it their own. So yeah, this is one of those weird, again, catchy black metal albums. Something that doesn't just kind of fly by night in your ear. It sticks with you, and dare I say, it's a fun listen. For me, it's a fun listen. So, highly recommend this guy. If any of you guys out there hear it, I'm sure a lot of you out there have. But Departure Chandelier, bringing it again. So.
I've always enjoyed the touches of the French black metal touches they put in there, even though they're back. But that's one of the additions.
I want somebody to explain the name of that band to me. That's all I want out of that band. It just what is that
name? Help you there.
I mean, I've heard
that's
some weird
a fair
shit.
request, TJ.
Yeah, I thought Howling Sycamore was weird. I mean, just give me something to go on.
All right, Logan, you are up next.
All right. Sorry. So, I enjoy heavy doom, like sludgy, just metal stuff that makes you feel small. Stuff that makes you feel like an ant, basically. And the album that did that for me this year would be Oryx out of Denver, Colorado. This is their album, Primordial Sky. This is their 5th album, I believe. This cat was not here until the camera was on me.
She's demanding love.
Going on. Yeah, you can do it a different time. But this this album is massive. Imagine if Neurosis and Yob were like, let's be a little bit more like Primitive Man and just slow everything down and just crush everyone to a pulp as much as possible, but then throw in these really fast, like jarring sections out of the blue. And that's kind of what you get with this. It's immense. I would definitely encourage anyone who enjoys just that like doom metal that feels like a room 1,000 what's that Soundgarden song like that?
Room 1,000 years wide.
Thank you. I was close. This is definitely it. There's some cool guitar solos on here. There's some really just epic melodies, but they don't click until like the second or third listen. So you got to give it a little bit of time because it is slow and plodding until it wants to really pick up the pace. So
that album cover absolutely rules.
This might actually be my favorite album cover of the year.
That just absolutely is killer.
It's awesome. It does a good job describing the music. And this is going to be my first pink cassette that I own. So there we go. Breaking new ground for the Beer Snob.
Pink can be made.
It is.
Best way to listen to that tape is to throw it in the trash, right, TJ?
That's right.
With the broccoli.
Yeah.
They don't sell it on CD, so I don't know what to do.
All right. No, it's all good. Kellen, you're up next.
All right. Album came out very early in the year and was never able to put it away. So this is Secrets.
Awesome.
The newest project of one of many from Svartadobus. Alex Poole on keyboards here. I hear this as symphonic black metal.
Yep.
First and foremost, but if anyone's familiar with the project, it sounds to me different than Trolldom, which is, I think, out of these Svartadobus projects that are symphonic in nature. It's like my closest frame of reference, but anyone who's familiar with him, check this out for sure. A black metal listen that came around in January that I couldn't put away. So that's Secrets Towards the Night Side.
And he's put out like 8 albums since then. So many albums this year. They're all good.
All right. Rick, you are next.
All right. This one was shown, but I thought I'd note first, I'm not the hugest brutal death metal guy. I'm sure there's some people here probably relate to the same thing. If you are, that's great. There were some albums that I just like, that new Defeated Sanity, what's the one, Aborted. They're just, bands I very sparingly visit. But I was excited when I heard that we're going to drop a new one for Brodequin. So like Jim and everybody else, there's a reason why this is on the top of the list. And there's a reason why it took so long to come out with another album. And I'm glad they did because the results spoke for itself. And I can hear what they're playing. That's also nice.
Yeah, the production's really good.
Yeah.
And I like the cover, despite the fact she doesn't look very pleasant in that seat. But other than that, I mean, it's great. It doesn't overstay its welcome. These kind of albums can. Like there's not the kind of stuff you want to listen to for an hour. You know what I mean? Just kind of it out, does this thing. Scratches that itch. And Brodequin's has always done that. And I think this is their best work to date. So, yeah.
Oh, you don't want to listen to it for hours?
Well, unless I want to hit my head on the wall.
I fall asleep to it.
All right, Melanie, you're up.
All right. I don't actually own this one because I refuse to spend $60-something on the vinyl. But the new Passage d'Hiver, however the hell you say it.
D'Hiver.
D'Hiver. Sorry. With
every channel said it differently.
DeBarge or however.
DeBarge.
Yes, it.
DeBarge.
Chrysler DeBarge.
So I can't really say anything great about this album. It sounds like a wall of just absolute shit. Like most of the other albums. But it's very atmospheric, very frosty winterscape, like all the other albums as well. And I don't know, I love it. It's a sound that one of the very few raw sounding black metal music that I still listen to regularly. And this just, I don't know, it takes me somewhere. I put it on and I'll just zone out and listen to it. It's
cold.
basically it's so cold. It's so like, it just sounds like absolute shit. Like if you know what I mean by that. But at the same time, it's so like mesmerizing, and it just really like puts you into like another world. It feels like it definitely takes you out of your element. So, and no, I'm not high when I'm listening to it. A lot of times I say that and people are like, man, how high were you when you listened to that album? I really, really enjoyed the album. I came out, I was super pumped about it. I listen to it all the time. Eventually I'll buy it, but his albums are just incredibly pricey. But they're beautiful.
Yeah.
The layout of them are beautiful. But yeah, I love it. It's probably my favorite black metal album this year already. It crept up there super fast. It came out like last month? It was not that long ago.
Yeah,
So,
1 or 2 months ago.
Yeah, but don't expect like clean vocals, clean production, or anything like that. It just has but the riffs are there, very very just raw sounding atmosphere. But like, just it's a really, really good album. I really like it.
All right, Simon.
All right, what's this? Number 6. We have Reversed with Wildly Possessed. I've always loved this band. They did an EP demo 2018 called Widow Recluse, and then kind of vanished. I thought, well, that's it. I've got a demo tape, and that's what I'm going to get from that band. But yeah, then Invictus dropped this. I had no idea it was coming. They finally did a full length. They play a very thrashy Black Death, Black Speed metal kind of thing. Craven Idol was mentioned before. Definitely some similarities here, very strong similarities. Niflheim, Destroyer, 666, all the usual stuff, but a little bit of humor, like some Nocturnal Breed, that speed metal fury of like Witch's Hammer, definitely some old school Motorhead, first album Slayer, that kind of thing. But it is pretty modern sounding, so the Craven Idol is a really good comparison, I think. But perhaps a little bit more fun, a little bit slightly less serious. I mean, look at the cover. They're not going to be super serious, right? And the band's name is Reversed. So, yeah, evil thrash, but it knows when to find the groove. The vocals are snarled, but pretty discernible. You can kind of follow along with 80% of it, which is, I don't know, just refreshing to be able to follow along. Yeah, all the black leather and spikes. I mean, the band photo is everything you need to know. It's
epic.
It is the shit. So yeah, good stuff. Wildly Possessed, Reversed. Check it out.
I don't remember you showing that. I must have missed that episode.
Pretty recently, but I've been playing the promo for a few months.
All right, Sue.
Okay, so this is one of the covers that you guys are showing on the thumbnail there. We have The Obsessed with Gilded Sorrow. So in my world, really, Wino can do no wrong. I love just about everything he puts out. And The Obsessed is probably my top favorite of all his different bands. The last Obsessed album, Sacred, was, I believe, my favorite album of that year that it came out. And that one had the late, great Dave Sherman on it, and he's definitely very much missed. But this new Obsessed album has really stood up. It's a little bit more of a grower, so give it some time. One track that's going to stand out right away is called Jaylene. It's almost got like a country aesthetic to it because it's like this story song about this lady, and it's really cool though. Like once you hear it once, it sticks in your mind. So really a great album. It feels personal. It feels like Wino's coming from a place of some pain, and he's got some stuff to get off his chest. And as always, his guitar is ripping, and it's a really heavy album that you're going to enjoy.
All right.
I feel like I could talk Doom with Sue all day.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Set it up.
Yeah.
Heavy Metallurgy 2025. Let's get these unions forged. All right. Alan.
Yeah, very cool to see Sue pick that one, and cool that Pat got to see them do The Church Within. All right. For my next pick, album I reviewed for Heavy Metallurgy, had a lot of fun doing so. is Geigen with Anomalous Abstractigate Infinitesimus.
Yeah, that was the ultimate Alan review, by the way.
was.
Yeah,
really
I had a
was.
lot of fun splicing together that review for the tens of people that watched it.
Yeah.
But yes, for folks that are not familiar with this band, they've been around for a while. I think they are best summarized as psychic, occult, sci-fi, technical death grind.
Nailed it.
Yep.
Yes, I did. All of those adjectives apply equally. But yeah, this is, Eric Hirschman's been the, longtime constant in the band, but he's always had really talented people with him. And this album's no exception. This is not a style I usually get into, but I just get a real kick out of the weirdness this band incorporates into their sound. It's always interesting to listen to. I think the only reason this one isn't higher on my list is that while it's a really good album, I don't think it's their best album. I do like some of their earlier ones more than this one. So, but it was still great to see them come back and do another fantastic album in their signature style. So Geigen definitely is on here. Didn't quite make the top 5, but it was close. Yes, if you do like, some very, unusual, but at the same time, very technical and very brutal death metal, Geigen is not one to overlook. This was on Willowtip Records also, by the way. So that's my number 6.
Their album art is always so eye-catching. Like
they almost always have a green and yellowish color scheme to it with that character, but there's at least one album that's purple instead. But and then the debut has a very different kind of cover concept. But they stand out. The giant logo on top. They're named after a giant mechanical thing that Godzilla used to fight. Now, how can you not like that?
All right. Where are we at here? We're number 6. This one's really been climbing the numbers here for me. The new Rage. It's called After Lifelines. Our friend Jurgen did a video or a review for us on this one, and man, the last few years I've really come to love this band. They're just they've got like 27 records. That's a lot. And you think, as a band like this goes along, they kind of peter out, or they just kind of settle into a formula. This band hasn't petered out. I mean, this album is great. It's really well done. It's really well written. It's produced really well. There's some signs of Peavy's voice starting to sound a bit aged, but he works with it really well. And I really like how this band continues to stay true to their sound and their fans, yet little advancements here and there. They modernize a little bit. Half of this album is just the straight ahead power trio. The other half is they kind of work with an orchestra. There's some orchestration, like actual symphonic elements added to it, but it doesn't mean it's a Night at the Opera type of thing. It's still Rage with just some cellos and stuff added to it. This is a really good album. It's really well written. 27 albums into it. This band still hasn't burned me out yet. I'm still, between me and my kid, we're trying to get the collection between the two of us, and we're doing pretty good, but we still have a lot of holes to fill, and every Rage album I've picked up, I've liked. And there's been maybe 1 or 2 songs like, oh, not the best, but still it's a good song. Peavy is a prolific, very good writer, and, he's just been banging it out in metal for so many decades now. It's refreshing to see a band this age still putting out awesome, relevant metal records. So definitely Rage, After Lifelines, number 6, which brings us into the top 5. TJ, I don't know where you're at in your number system. You work in different numbers over there.
I don't care what you're doing, so I'm here for me and just to offer sex appeal to the gas. So
mission accomplished.
Every time, baby. So are you ready to smell the steel of the flail of pestilence? Plague. Leave him alone. Leave him alone. Quit picking on him.
Oh, good.
They're gonna think we're picking on him. He's Richmond, Virginia. Black metal. It's like black and thrash. It's kind of mid-paced. I like it more when they get into the faster stuff, but this is their second release. I had these guys. I brought this to the club once before their first album.
Yep.
Nobody liked it but me.
I did not like it. It was good.
But I think they've definitely improved on this one, and yeah, definitely for me, the only black metal I really listened to this year. So there it is.
All right. Jim, there you are.
All right. So, Jack, look away.
Yeah.
Spectral
no.
Voice,
There it is.
Okay.
Spragless. I think this is great, man. I like their old, I've got their old stuff too. Just again, memorable riffs, played enough times where my old head can actually bang to it. Great drum work on this, just awesome use of like the ride and the cymbals and stuff like that really kind of accentuate the riffs. The vocals are just, long and drawn out, and I really like that. I way prefer this to the other more famous band that these guys are in. It just, this is memorable and stands out to me. And whenever I return back to the songs, Sinew Sensor, I can just, I can recall it and embrace it. Where some of their other projects are the songs are sort of forgettable for me, but with this project, I think they really nail it. That, it's just true death metal. It's low and dirty guitars. It's dark and humid sounding. And that's the way I like my death metal the most. And these guys really deliver on that. So Spectral Voice.
That's the band. If you go see them live, they can turn all the lights off. So
Yeah,
Oh,
man, yeah.
Oh, yeah. You don't go to the band. You don't go to that show to see them. You go to that show to hear them.
Yeah. Well put.
Eli's been a busy guy. He put that out and that Black Curse the same year, which is insane.
Prolific.
All right, Logan, there you are.
All right, number 5. So this one is kind of a frustrating one for me. This is a band that I have enjoyed following from their second album. This is Chapel of Disease, Echoes of Light. So there's actually the name back there. Yeah. So I love this band. I was following them from should have pulled it up. But the last one that they released a couple of years back, we have embraced the Eye of the Storm, is what it's called. And that album is like a near 10 out of 10. It's like such an adventurous take on progressive, like heavy metal mixed with death metal, and I think it's what Tribulation wanted to be, kind of. I'm not trying to take shots at Tribulation at all, but this is my Tribulation right here. I would rather Chapel of Disease. This one's a little bit frustrating in that on the first half of the album, they nail it. Like, some of my favorite music of the year are in the first 3 tracks on here. The title track, the second song, A Death Though No Loss, is probably my favorite song of the year. It has this, intense gallop through it with just these beautiful melodies and just such a great speed. It's perfect. One of their best songs, probably. And then they start to try to incorporate some more clean singing, which, this is not a surprise. They were doing it on the last album. Of course, they're going to expand upon it, but it's not fully developed. And to me, they do it right on the 3rd track, Shallow Nights, but by the time they end the album, they end it on these 2 tracks where it's just clean singing, and it's not fully developed. Like, it still sounds kind of weak, and you're just missing the death growls and just the intensity of the opening. But it's still carried by how unique I think Chapel of Disease are in this style of metal and the strength of really the first 3 tracks. Definitely recommend Echoes of Light on Van Records, by the way. So good luck finding it. It was the most expensive CD I've purchased this year. So But
Somebody distribute their
5.
crap in the U.S., please.
Yeah, no kidding.
Australia too would be nice. Van is very hard
That
to
band
get.
is so underrated, man. I've always thought that. You
Yeah.
know,
And they have since broken up, so this is unfortunately their last album.
Mm.
Yeah,
I didn't know
sad
that.
here too.
So
Yeah, they broke up very
NWN
soon after the album was released, or maybe even
Yeah.
right before it came out.
NWN does get Van Records stuff in, but it sells out like that.
Mhm.
Almost,
Yeah, there
like,
are one or
instantly.
two places.
Yeah.
All right, Kellen.
All right, so this is Thanatherion with Alien Manifesto
Never seen
out
that.
on
Logo.
out on Voidhanger Records. So this is Shelby Lermo from Ulthar.
Extremity and all
Okay.
that other stuff.
I think, and so I think Melanie did the review for Necronomicon. I think that there were 2 albums that
Yeah.
went along with
Oh,
Yep.
Ulthar.
Last year.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yep.
And this record feels like it was like the leftover riffs from those 2 releases were frantically stitched together. And it whatever, Absu in space kind of deal. But a really cool, I blackened thrash kind of thing. Where you want to find like exact sort of definition of the genre, maybe a bit tricky, but it's a wild listen. All the sort of space sci-fi elements you'd get from like a Ulthar record, you could find here as well. The pacing of this is just much more aggressive. So, if you thought like Ulthar is sort of a $20 spin, everything that Voidhanger is in terms of being a weird out there experimental label, you'll find here with this one.
Cool cover.
Going on my list.
All right. Where are you, Rick? There you are. Rick.
oh damn, I was trying to hide. Another one. I wasn't looking out for this, and but you know, it's got Fenris in it, and no, it's not the new Dark Throne. Another busy guy, you know, putting out stuff. But I was just surprised at how much I love, because it's a different flavor of Doom, but it's like that really ancient, really going back, kind of reaching to that really early era. Coffin Storms are kind of rising. This and who's the other guy? Aura Noir, Apollyon, right? It's also on name. Who's the third dude? Bestial Tormentor. Such fun names.
He's in a band called Inferno or something. I can't remember. Yeah, I reviewed that one.
I don't think I have any of their stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously you're gonna get the Celtic Frost stuff in there too, which is, you know, Fenris is in it. It's gonna have it, right? But it also has kind of I feel like there's a little bit of that Swedish Doom. I hear a little bit with the thrashy kind of riffing, kind of thrown in there, but all wrapped in that kind of really early 80s style Doom elements kind of thrown in there. This would have dropped in the early 80s. This would have been the most extreme thing. It's like Hellhammer, move aside. You know, just from how this thing came out, just how raw and just old and ancient sounding it is. I like the sleek newer stuff when it comes to Doom metal, but every now and then I get an itch for something like this. But yeah, really good release. I think it showed up on a few lists, but not very, very high up. But I'm putting it high up.
All right. Good pick. Melanie, you're up next.
All right. So this actually was my number 1 for a while, but it has bumped down. Borknagar with Fall.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't know. We did the whole Borknagar stream a while back, right after this came out, and I was so obsessed with this album when it first came out. Just one of my all-time favorite bands. So, and everything that they put out, I really enjoy. Just a phenomenal album. Love the clean vocals on here. Just love the progginess that they've added to it. I mean, it's Borknagar, you know. It's their new sound that they really have segued into. I'm here for it. What were we calling it on the channel? Somebody nicknamed this style of Borknagar, and I was like, I'm here for it. I don't remember. Was it
I
like?
don't remember either.
I don't remember. But anyway.
Was it Disney related or something?
No, it was something. I don't remember what we mentioned, but I said I was all for it. But yeah, I still love it. I still listen to it quite a bit, but this was the year of death metal for me. I really did not stray too far into black metal or many other genres as much as I normally would.
So power
So
metal.
this is, yeah, power metal. But I figured I had to at least put this in my top 5 of metal albums, even though it's, I pulled out my top 20, and obviously this is not a death metal album. So, but yeah, I love this album. I think it's great. It's just so good. This band can do no wrong for me.
All right.
Good album.
It is a good album indeed. Simon.
All right, number 5 is Alive. My only $20 spin release, Witch Vomit, Funeral Sanctum. I've been smashing this one all year. So good. Again, another band. I think this is their best album yet. They just keep getting better. In fact, this one, I really, really loved their debut, Scream from a Tomb Below. And the next ones were all good, but this one is the one that finally eclipses their debut for me. It's a little bit more stripped back on the original album, but this one's added a bit more Finnish stuff into it. They're a band from Portland, but they've added a lot of this Finnish tone to it. I hear demigod riffs, the Cartilage demo. Every track on here stands out, particularly the first half. The first half of this is incredibly strong. Side A is such a strong side. The whole thing's great, but big step up for me over the 2019 album. It's short. It's only about half an hour or so. So you just keep playing it over and over, which I've been doing. Funeral Sanctum. Look how metal these guys are. Just fucking metal as. But great album. And I guess joining, I don't think they were on $20 spin before. I don't think they were, but hopefully it's helped them sell a few more records because, great band. If you look up
disgusting in a dictionary, like this picture would be next to it. Like, that's a very nasty. Love it.
Good stuff.
All right, Sue.
Okay, so coming in at number 5 was one that I reviewed with my husband John. It was Nocturnus AD Unicursal. So of course we're a little bit biased because John's been friends with Mike since he was doing his Decaying Visions back in 1991 when he originally met Mike, and they've been friends ever since. We've hung out down in Tampa with him, and he's a really cool guy. And this latest release is really just amazing. The musicianship is mind-blowing, to say the least. Now, I'm not really a death metal person, as most of you know, but I do listen to what I consider the upper echelons of death metal, like the best of the best. And I always thought Nocturnus fit into that category. So, like I say, the musicianship and the atmospheric dynamics of this album are really mind-blowing. So if you're into that type of sound, this is definitely worth checking out. I will mention that the vocals might be a little bit of a weaker link on this record, but it all works. The lyrics are cool, and you can actually hear and understand them. And there's a story to the album that's very cool. So I understand that Nocturnus did play a show a few weeks ago, so hopefully that went well. And looking forward to just hearing more from them as they continue.
Right on. Okay, Alan.
Okay, number 5. We go back to Dying Victims production. What can I say? They're my kind of label, and they know how to pick the really good bands out of the whole new wave of traditional heavy metal scene. They definitely have an ear for which ones are a cut above the rest. This band is from Spain. They're called Iron Curtain. The album is called Savage Dawn.
That's a good album.
It is a really good album. It
cool
is their
cover.
Great cover.
Yeah.
I love the cover. It's got, again, this just looks like, Vic Rattlehead's mentally challenged, younger brother or something. But you gotta love it. Very cool album. Like I said, they're out of Spain. It's their 5th album, the first one I had ever heard. They sound just like sort of classic early or mid 80s European heavy metal. The band that I immediately think of listening to this is like very early Ostrogoth, Full Moon's Eyes, stuff like that. Very fast, very catchy, just insanely good. The first half of this album is just banger after banger after banger. I mean, just total grab your tennis racket and air guitar to hell kind of music. It's shown up on some other lists. Some people refer to them as a Motorhead style band, and I do not hear that. I don't. It may be as an influence, but I don't think Motorhead's the best comparison. I would much more compare them to like some of those bands out of Belgium, the Netherlands. Again, those classic early and mid 80s bands, you know, the second tier bands that were like on Mausoleum Records that are just priceless good stuff, but never got a break. That's Iron Curtain, much more so than a Motorhead clone. I've heard a little bit of their fourth album. I checked it out since then. The fourth album had a weird sound to it. So I'm going to have to carefully work through their back catalog. But yeah, this album, I just can't stop playing it this year. Again, it's nothing new. This band is not bringing anything to the table that hasn't already been sitting there for a few decades. But man, they do it incredibly well. So yeah, if you just want to, you know, absolutely start jumping around the room, banging and air guitaring, Iron Curtain, Savage Dawn, probably the best album of the year to do that too for me. So that is why they make my top 5.
All right. Well, I'm cheating off of Melanie's paper here, and Borknagar is my number 5. Fall. I listened to this today, and the first song, Summits, that song is my song of the year. Every time I hear that damn song, the last 2 minutes of it hits me right in the feels. I get all teary-eyed and shit. It is so freaking good. It's. I'm a guy that connects emotionally with music, and this band, they had a spell where they weren't doing it anymore, but they're back. I don't know. It's just a great. I would say Summits is the best song on the album. It's one of the best songs of the year, but still, this is a really solid, really good Borknagar record. It's just a good mix of everything they've done, and they have such a unique voice in their songwriting. The way they play the chords, the way they structure a riff, it's all very much their own. You could play, 20 seconds of a song and say, "Oh, that's Borknagar," hands down. And that to me is the sign of a band that knows who they are. And yeah, number 5 for me. Which brings us back around to
before just sorry to interrupt. Something I wanted to point out to folks and forgot to. At this point, we have gone through almost 60 albums, and I just wanted to point out there's only 3 albums that have been mentioned more than once. So in terms of checking out a wide variety of stuff, there you go, audience. We've only had 3 albums come up more than one time through the top 5. So yeah, I just think that's pretty cool that with all, it really highlights how many strong albums have come out this year in so many different genres. We're not all picking the same albums over and over.
And it's, a lot of us are still, all of us here, we all are still searching for new music, and we haven't even touched the freaking iceberg of shit that came out this year. It's impossible.
Oh yeah,
it's just
no,
impossible.
not at all.
All right, that was me. We're back to TJ. Where are you at? There you are. Wake up there, Gramps. There you go.
Listen, it's a lot of information to take care of all at one time. Math is hard. Let's see. What do we want to do? We'll do this one. This is
great album.
label. Yeah. I forget what label they're on.
Lore.
Oh, right on. Thank you. Mother of Graves, the Periapt of Absence. Band I stumbled on Bandcamp. Death Doom. Are they breaking, are they forging a new wheel? No. Do they deliver? Are they absolutely spot on? Excellent. Yes. There's not much, My Dying Bride, but all death vocals, whatever, the Death Doom. It's just a great band. Where they're Indianapolis they're from. I can't recommend these guys enough. I've got all their stuff. Been meaning to bring this one to the album club. I just, Marty knows how it is. You make a list, and something else always jumps in front of it.
Something always jumps in front of the line. It's weird.
Yeah, but these guys are absolutely rule.
I like that Dan Swan also masters all their stuff.
Oh, yeah. Right on.
First EP.
All right, Jim. Talk a lot. I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Or Alan's got this.
I can.
Logan's next.
I got the wheel.
All right. So this is a band that the album club introduced me to. Much thanks to Logan for bringing these guys to my attention. But their new album, Altar of Oblivion, in the Cesspit of Divine Decay. This is just really excellent. Heavy metal / doom metal. These guys, they're really on a progression. The first album, the one that we reviewed, their debut, had very shaky vocals, but there was just something about it. I just kept returning to it. There was just an earnestness about it that, after a while, I just didn't really care that it was pitchy, and you can really, if you follow their career, he just gets better and better. The songwriting gets better and better. And I love seeing bands grow like that, but not straying away from who they are. And this band does not. They just take what they've always done and just make it better every time. And this album is just amazing. Great lyrics. These guys are all their lyrics are about World War I or World War II. And he's got relatives who, great grandparents and grandparents who fought in those wars. So the guitar player who writes most of the lyrics, he takes from their diaries and stuff, and makes songs out of them, and just very emotive vocals. The title, they actually do a song, with the name of their band, Altar of Oblivion, and man, the vocals on that are just amazing. Like lots of layered melodies and harmonies there, and you just feel it. It's that true kind of anthemic metal vocal on the chorus that it gives you goosebumps, and you can just sing along with it and annoy your better half or neighbors or both. So this is not left my player since it came since I got into this band. Again, thanks to Logan, but I've got just about everything they've done now, and I think I'm just missing one of their full lengths, but yeah, their new 2024 album is everything that they had been promising on the lead up to this record. So, if you just like, straight heavy metal mixed with some doom elements, this album really delivers. It's great guitar playing, memorable, clean vocals. It's, and just, very emotional and real. And so highly recommended. Altar of Oblivion.
Is that Paulo Jardi World War II? I keep forgetting.
Yeah.
How many did he do this year?
Yeah,
it'd be easier to figure out how many he didn't do. I think.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think this is one of his better works. Though I like the motif, with the soldiers in the middle and stuff like that. I think it kind of, this kind of character of theirs has been on other since the debut. He's always there. So.
Another underrated band. Like they play familiar, but they're still very different. Like what I mean?
Yeah, man. The vocal delivery on this one is like he's finally gotten to where he was always promised. But their EPs are really great too. Some of their best songs are on their EPs. So
agreed. Yep.
If you can get a hold of them, they're kind of hard to find, but good stuff.
All right, Logan is next. Where are you? There you are.
Hey, no, good pull, Jim. I second that. I could not find a copy for less than like $50, so none on my list tonight. But awesome album. Glad you dug it. For me, my number 4 is actually been a go-to band of the past like decade or so. Nails. Every Bridge Burning. So this is like 17 minutes of music. Is it an EP? Is it an album? I don't know. It's easy to listen to. It's fun. It makes me feel invincible for that amount of time. And then after it's over, I realize I'm not. But it's easily, I think it actually might be my favorite thing that they've done. Which is saying a lot. Because I was a big fan of Abandon All Life when that came out back in 2013. And I was just going around thinking that Nails couldn't top that. But here they did. And I think it's because they went for the throat. On the past album, You Will Never Be One of Us, they really tried to hone in this like tough guy attitude, and it felt a little more try hard. There was like more breakdowns and predictable songwriting. This is just, balls to the wall the whole time. It doesn't slow down. It doesn't let up. And as I said, it's only like 17 minutes. You can't go wrong with it. Like tracks like Give Me the Painkiller, lacking the ability to process empathy, and the final song, No More Rivers to Cross, are just perfect, perfectly written nail songs, and really some of the best in their catalog. Like, this is a top-notch album for me, and one I will continue to revisit whenever I have 15 minutes to spare, which is almost every day. So, I don't know. I don't want to mention the Spotify Wrapped thing, but all of my top like 5 songs on that was off of this album. So most listened album of the year, easy top 4.
Logan, I feel like I have to defend you. Some people calling it an EP. I think
it's not an EP. It's an album.
Nick, right? I think it disagrees with you, right? But
he's wrong.
All right, where are we at? Kellen, where are you at? There you are.
All right. So quick shout out to Eric Bauer for this one. So this is Bog Ore, band from Washington, I guess outside of Seattle. This basically sounds somewhere between Adam Burke artwork there, between Electric Wizard, Deep Purple, and Kraftwerk. There's an interesting sort of like krautrock element to this, but it's easily the catchiest album I heard this year. For like a screaming, howling doom record, there's plenty of sort of catchy boogie riffs on this. So there's definitely a callback to like 1970s British heavy metal for sure. But this one, debut record, self-titled. This is, 19 out of 100 they pressed for it, so a pretty small sort of independent release. But for anyone who may be interested in something a little bit left field, this is Bog Ore.
All right.
Kellen, can you type that one into the chat? Several folks are wanting to check it out, but aren't quite sure about the spelling.
All right, Rick.
Okay, I came prepared because showed up on your list. I know, Alan, you got your stats ready to go, and it's going to show up as a repeat. But I don't want to break my own rule. So if you guys can figure that encryption just in case, I mean, what can I say?
Irritation.
I think this got really
every day, brother.
Really good reception. Right? But if the people who don't like this album, I get it. Not everybody wants their Pink Floyd and their death metal, along with everything else. What I wasn't surprised to see that, some people have it on this list. Melanie, I know it's very into prog. You got that Genesis box set, which is I'm always jealous of.
Mm-hmm.
But this thing, it's a kind of death metal. Obviously, it's very progressive. It's a very kind of modern take of where we're going, with this kind of style. This is the band that doesn't want to stay put in one direction, right? Even though Star Spawn is still probably the most cherished album, and I love all their albums, but it's this right here is their next progression, and kind of and trying different things. I really appreciate that they're taking that direction and just doing stuff with this kind of music. Really good musicians, really nice fellas. I've met them. But this was a little higher, I have to admit, in the position. But there's just a couple. It'll make sense when you see my picks why I kind of went the direction. But still, very much to me, this is it is actually not the death metal album of the year for me, but second, which you will see. But very good nevertheless. I don't know what I can add that everybody else hasn't already said. Those milk smells are getting me. All right, so there you go.
All right, Rick, Melanie. I'm just going to put this out to the class. Not everyone's seeing the chat here or the private, but S. Craig Zoller has asked to come in when we're all done with our number one and he promises a quick 1 through 10 of his favorites and then bail out. Is everybody cool with that?
Absolutely.
Cool. No, awesome. So celebrity guest, everyone. We'll bring the Hollywood to the chat here. All right. That was Rick. Melanie is next. Let me get this going. A lot of buttons to push here. There we go.
Slime Lord with Chytridio mycosis relinquished. I Googled how to say that name when I did the review for this.
Nicely done.
Yeah, Brad Moore, awesome Brad Moore artwork, which is perfect for this album because it is a very psychedelic, trippy style of death metal, very crushing. At times can feel a little bit dissonant. But this came out very early in the year. Was one of my favorite releases when we did our halfway point. Has stayed pretty high up on my list all year round. Listened to it again today. Still absolutely love this album. A huge fan of this band. I really loved all their demos that they put out previously, or EPs, or wherever they were previous to this. But this is way different than their last music that they've released. I really like where they went with this. Just incredible stuff. I'm just a huge fan of it. Absolutely love just the like oppressively heavy spots of this album. And yes, it's $20 been released. It's the final $20 been released on the top 10. And this vinyl is absolutely gorgeous. Like seriously,
that is
just
cool. Yep.
So good. Yeah. So yeah, I love this album. I've loved it ever since it came out. So Chytridio mycosis relinquished. Yeah. I don't know. It's something about, I think it's mushrooms. I don't know. It's definitely.
Yeah, I think it is.
If you're into taking shrooms, you'll love this album after you do it.
Good album.
Right, Simon, where are you? There you are.
I'm here, sir. All right. Yeah, Alan mentioned a album before that did nothing new, but it was still great, and that is the definition of this thing. This has been my comfort listen of the year because it just sounds like 1991, and I just cannot stop listening to this. Tim Voss, World of Abominations. They bring nothing new to the table. Like 1991 was when this stopped, and I'm here for it. It sounds just like this wonderful cover. So good. 4-piece. They formed in 2021. They're from Scotland, which is unexpected, but basically they merge the sound of like Benediction's Subconscious Terror, Bolt Thrower Warmaster. That's it. That's what you get here. Sounds completely authentic. It doesn't sound like a modern band doing retro stuff. It just literally sounds like 1991 and makes me very, very happy. Very discernible Dave Ingram style vocals. You can understand everything that's going on. It's got this great tom drum sound that sounds completely on point for the period. Just beautifully analog sounding drums. I'd say, honestly, the best comparison modern bands is Glorious Dead. I get very similar vibes. 8 tracks, 35 minutes, classic death metal that feels like a continuation of the 90s, not a reimagining of them. So there we go. And I was very happy to get this LP. They only did 100. It is a bright,
They only made 100 of them?
Yeah,
it's on this
Chinese label.
No, the Chinese label did the CD, I think.
Oh,
this is on
the CD. You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Macho
right.
Records. No idea who this is.
Yeah.
But it's probably effectively independent. I snagged it on their Bandcamp, and then there was 0 left, so I was very happy to pick it up. But there is CDs and tapes. But it's excellent. It does exactly what you think it does. Tim Voss, World of Abominations.
You know that logo even vaguely reminds me of Benediction's logo.
Yep.
It may just be the red and white.
Yeah.
layout.
They're not just wearing it on the sleeves. I mean, they're wearing it on the hat, and they're wearing it on the vest, and they're just wearing it. 1991.
Nice. All right, Sue.
So we have another repeat here. I went with Crypt Sermon, the Stygian Rose at my number 4.
Nice.
Really listened to this a lot this year. And a real highlight was seeing them live at the Decibel 20th anniversary show in Philly over the summer. It was amazing seeing them play. I believe they played the whole album live. And that show overall was just really great with Immolation, who we're friends with, and Autopsy, which isn't exactly my cup of tea, but it was pretty awesome. And some other bands added to the festivities. And we had some great pizza. So that was definitely one of the best shows of the year. And I definitely give a lot of credit to Crip Sermon, a local band in the Philly area who's really done well for themselves.
Absolutely. Yeah. All right, Ellen, there you are.
All right. We are on number 4. And let's see. Oh, something just folks, someone asked in the chat a while earlier why I'm just showing everything on my phone. I do have hard copies of most of these albums, but last week after Heavy Metallurgy went off the air, I slept for 6 hours, then jumped in the car, and I got home a few hours before showtime tonight. So I've been on the road the entire past week. We've covered 1,000 miles or more back and forth to different things. So I just did not have time to. I didn't want to count on getting in here and having time to pull everything back out off the shelves. So while on the road, I just kind of loaded all the things that were going to be on my list onto Bandcamp, and that's why I'm showing them this way. So yeah, sorry if that was a little confusing to folks. All right, number 4 then for me is an album that's gotten a lot of hype here at the end of the year, including 3 hours worth of hype on the Heavy Metallurgy channel. It is the new Nile, The Underworld Awaits Us All. I'm late to Nile. I knew about them back in the day. I saw them live in 1999, but I just never really got into them until the past 4 or 5 years, maybe. But so when this came out, it's like, okay, that's cool. They're a local band around here, so obviously folks around here were excited about it. So I said, that's cool. I'll definitely check it out. I had not heard their past couple of albums, so I didn't really have a strong expectation for this coming in. But this is, just a crushingly good album. I enjoy all the liner notes and stuff where Carl geeks out on all the source material. The music is just absolutely top notch. And kind of like Marty said earlier about one of his picks, this is an album for me. It flies by. I get to the end of it. I'm just like, wait, it's already over? Well, I want more. I am not somebody who sits and plays an album on repeat very often. Usually I'll play an album, get to the end of it and be like, okay, I'll play it again this afternoon, or I'll play it again on the drive home. But this is one that, just when it's over, I'm just like, let's just run that back and play it again. That's too good not to hear a second time. So it's gotten a ton of accolades, very deserving of all of them. If you haven't watched Marty, Melanie, and Craig Zoller talk about this for several hours a week or two ago, it is very much worth your time. Everyone's still got a little time off here at the holidays. I know there's a ton of stuff to choose from to watch, but their conversation about the album is really fascinating. Sometimes we joke about Craig taking a long time to go through stuff, but he absolutely picks this album apart in great detail from a mechanical point of view, and it's a fascinating listen. You will learn so much listening to Craig describe, how this album is put together. I guarantee it. Great show that y'all did with him. Loved it to death, and love this album. The cover art is killer. The sound is killer. The performances are killer. It's Nile absolutely just demolishing the field. I know everyone's saying that, it's a, hell of a year for death metal. And Nile just rolled up their sleeves and we're just like, that's great. Let us show you how it's done. So my top death metal pick for the year for sure. Would have been higher, but there's not much getting past my top 3 for anybody else. But the Nile album is absolutely great. So, Nile for number 4.
All right. Well, my number 4 is Nile. The Underworld Awaits Us All. And this would have been higher on my list if I basically heard this for the first time a week and a half before we did the stream. So, honestly, it could be, as we mentioned in the discussion, recency bias, but this is probably the best Nile I've heard in a long time. I think it's so well composed. I'm not going to go into it. I talked about it at length. But this just, it isn't a mess. The production is great. It's got a warm, roomy feel to it, which is odd for super technical, fast death metal. Usually it's all triggered and, it just doesn't sound, it sounds more like a machine than This doesn't. It's just it feels very organic. The songs are so well written. The choirs, the lady choir, the voices in the choir really add a new twist to this album. The feel of it. I'm very impressed with this record. It's just really well done. I hated picking it apart song by song because I want to put it on, just listen to it as a solid piece. But no, great. Number 4 for me all day long. Which
Very
brings
good.
us back around to TJ.
Oh,
Go
again,
ahead.
I'm sorry to jump again, but I just saw Old Head SC's in the chat, and just wanted to shout him out. He put together a really cool playlist of all the cover songs that we discussed on the last episode of Heavy Metallurgy. So if folks would like to check that out, it was really, really cool of him to splice all that together for us. Really appreciated that. That was a neat gesture.
Very neat gesture, and it is very odd that they were all actually on Spotify. Every song he said was actually available to add to the list. So very cool. Thanks a lot, Old Head, for doing that. Very cool of you to do. We are back to TJ.
Yeah, we're back to me. Let's see. Well, I'm gonna bring these guys up again. We put out another album this year's. Rick knows these guys. Resin. This is Burden. I always liken this band kind of to Yob, but in that ilk. But heavy, super heavy, interesting vocals. Very interesting singer. Kind of high range, clean. The last record, I can't think of the last one they just put out before it. Put 2 in a row, really. I think it was because they put one out last year too, didn't they? I think. I'm talking to Rick, I think.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah. But yeah, I've been following this. I've got all their stuff. I've been following them since forever, and I think they're great. I think they self-release everything. So check them out on Bandcamp. It's Resin.
And they're not afraid. They're not afraid to use horns either.
Yeah. See, there you go. See,
or a saxophone, right?
Yep.
What is it with saxophone? That is.
Shut up, Marty.
That is a dumb.
In the words of Simon, fuck you.
Fine. Screw you guys.
Got him in the chat to talk about horn sections and saxophones and everybody gushing. I bring one record with a saxophone, everybody's like, "Oh, well, I don't know, saxophones suck." Yeah, whatever.
I'm kidding. Jim.
Yeah, sax ain't my thing. Unless it's Careless Whisper. But anyway. For my, what are we on, number 3? This is Vamod's The Deepening.
I still haven't heard that one either. Dang it.
Oh my God, Marty. Come on, dude.
I know. It's too
what
much.
What in the world? You haven't listened to the new Vamod? Whatever. You were there at the show. You were at Winterwatt 2014.
I know.
Oh my God.
Anyway. I've got 2 versions. I got that on record and CD. So the last one I have, we're good there.
Yeah. Well, when they came over to the U.S. to play with Panopticon in 2014 for their last album. How do you pronounce that one? Ventor.
It's one with the Northern Lights on it.
Anyway, it was like a religious experience, man. It was one of the best shows I ever seen by any band ever. It was absolutely transcendent. And,
it was really good.
These guys absolutely define, I think, like what the best, like the top tier of atmospheric black metal is, or dark metal as they call themselves. Just layers and layers of drifting guitar lines, great, melodic, backing vocals, pure black metal, like throat tearing, like lead vocals, like on the verses and the choruses and stuff. It's just everything you need. And, this is one of those albums, like, how Melanie was describing Paysage, Diver, like, how they just kind of carry you away. You can listen to them anytime. And, this album does that for me as well, in the same way that Passage does. But even on a more like emotional level, there's something, really, really, deep and dense about, their music and how they evoke, their surroundings. They are a Norwegian band, and yes, we know, all of them talk about how wonderful their homeland is, but it somehow comes across as more poetic coming from them. I can't explain it, but I can tell you that, like, seeing them live was just like, I was just, awestruck the whole time. And it was an incredible experience. And this album, just kind of really brought me back to that show 10 years ago. Highly recommend it. This has been spinning since it came out early this year, and a solid number 3 on my list.
All right, I need to check that one out. And Logan, you're next.
All right. Well, no stickers for me either. So,
man, I'm gonna
decorate.
I'm gonna bedazzle my guitar, TJ. That'll be great. All these puffy stickers.
You guys have fun. I wish I could have some stickers, but no.
Hey, I didn't say it either, so you guys better have a couple packs of them puffy stickers.
I'll split them with you.
All right, that'll work.
I don't know if Rick will pay for postage for Australia, so you guys might even get more.
Oh, come on.
He will. But no, they did it. I've been a fan of this band for the past 2 albums now, and this is what they've been wanting to do. I think since Starspawn, they've been wanting to create something that is cohesive. That is it's basically one long track. It's a journey. It really is conceptual, and that whole hoity-toity Stargate space talk that they love, which I'm not fully on board with, but I think it's cool. I think it fits the vibe of the music. It fits the Pink Floyd elements. It fits the final moments of this album. And to me, this album is made by the last 5 minutes of it. It just is taken.
I've heard that. You're not the only
level.
person. You're not the only person that said. I've heard that. I need to check it out.
You gotta listen to the whole thing, and just in the last 5 minutes, it picks up and it shoots you through the Stargate. I think that's a bit hyperbolic, but I just like those albums where they can actually build throughout the whole listening experience and really deliver towards the end. And this one does. The final 5 minutes, can make my hair stand up on end. It's good. It's good stuff. There's definitely, continuity issues, and maybe it doesn't transition as well, but it's great music. I think for me, I love this thing. I'm a fan of it. It's been great to see the accolades and the praise that Blood Incantation has gotten this year. I mean, sure, they're when I saw them on the 50th list, maybe that's a bit much, but they were on friggin' Time Magazine's top 10 albums of the year. That's crazy.
Weird.
That's weird.
Really?
Yep. They were.
Very impressive.
Number 7. I don't know.
They've been on channels that don't do metal at all. I've seen them show up there.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I mean, maybe we should all jump off it, but it's good music. I still like it. So
I will agree. It is good music. I watched that 20-minute video for one of the songs they put up, and everything sounded really good. It just didn't sound like it was working together. Like there's this really cool spacey part, and then stop, and then here's a death metal part. There was no integration. It just seemed like here's a chunk. Their genius hasn't fully gelled.
But Opeth's been doing that for 30 years, and everyone claims they're the best thing since sliced bread.
Yeah,
I do not disagree with that.
Delivery's everything, man. I mean, I agree with Marty, and my initial take on it was the same. It's like, and then the more I've listened to it, the more I've kind of been taken by it. I put it off because I wasn't impressed with the last one all that much, and I've been starting to listen to this more, and I'm just kind of like, it's starting to kind of gel a little bit more.
I think the last half of the album puts it together and into something does flow a bit better. The first half, I do agree at times.
And I think I've got, the EP and the 2 full lengths on vinyl and some of them on CD, and I like the band, but I listen to them and it makes me want to listen to Morbid Angel. I mean,
Morbid Angel.
Yeah, there's especially Starspawn. There's a lot of stuff on there that reminds me of Morbid Angel.
I guess.
The riffing, the riff style, the nebulous feel to some of the compositions. Anyway, getting off track here. Kellen.
I think I'm still eligible for stickers. Okay.
You have to split those stickers up, man.
There probably won't be. I'm sure I know one of our metallurgists most likely has this on a list coming here, but man, there's going to be a time when Suffocation has to hang it up, and they age out. That'll eventually happen. For me, if there's a front runner for a band that I think is going to walk into that spot in terms of who's doing sort of a brutal technical style of death metal and has been consistently doing it in a legible way that I think will do hold up through the years, it's Defeated Sanity. And I was a little bit nervous moving from Willowtip to Season of Mist, how that sort of the result would be, but this record's awesome. And it was hard, like choosing between this and Brodequin, because the Brodequin record is such a success on so many levels. But in terms of the style of death metal that I go for, it's a little bit more of this vein on a consistent basis. I like my death metal a little bit more technical. This is punishing, brutal stuff. And Defeated Sanity, probably doing it better than anyone else right now.
All right. Rick, you're back.
All right. Well, this came up. It's coming up again. And this is a band from my area. And got to represent Arthurisk. We talked about before. Great production. These guys get doom metal in such a way. I love the tenors in the band, too. Yep. Stygian Rose also has one of my favorite songs of the year. Heavy is the Crown of Bone.
That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
All the tracks rule on this thing, but I find myself just coming back to that one more often for some reason. It's got, the traditional doom elements. I've been following this band since the demo days. And they put out something here that also has elements of heavy metal, on top of it. So it's got a little bit of all kinds of stuff going on, with their sound. Really good dynamics. Love the vocalist. If you guys ever see these guys live, Steve Jansen, the guitarist, like you'd think he was in a black metal band. Like he's got these spikes, like way high. I don't know how he does it. It's like you cannot do the Poison guitar spin on that thing because you hurt somebody. Mm-hmm. But it deserves all the success that they got. I mean, this is such a great release. Dark Descent. I thought this was the record store. Dark Descent. He got a hit here, and I'm just looking forward for what else they got. They took too long to release this album though, since the last one. Rules of Fading Light, was it? Yeah. So
I'm glad they didn't lose any momentum in between albums because you're right. There was a delay there.
Okay. I just hope they don't take another 5 years. That's all I'm saying.
Hopefully not.
But great job, guys.
All right, Melanie, where are you at? There you are.
All right. Number 3, Brodequin, Harbinger of Woe. Yeah, I mean, this has been one of my favorite albums to come out this year. It's been high up there ever since it came out. I always say I didn't think a brutal death metal album in this similar vein would surpass Obscene Majesty by Devourment. However, now this comes out and that it's very high on my pedestal. I mean, you guys have already talked about it several times. You pretty much nailed everything that I was going to say. Just the production is phenomenal. Band went missing for 20 years due to personal reasons. Come back, write their best album ever. Just simply phenomenal. This is an album, like I said, I will fall asleep to this album. I will. I love it. I'll put my AirPods on and just listen to it and over and over again. So awesome stuff. Also, Season of Mist really put out some great albums this year. So I have several that I absolutely enjoyed. So surprised to see that they were on this label.
Okay, where are you at? Simon, where are you at? There you are.
I'm here. All right. What's this? Number 3. Okay, so this was, for the people that watched the half-year one, this was my number 1 and has had to drop down a little bit. Engulfed. Unearthly Litanies of Despair on MSUO. It is, absolutely devastating.
Great record.
And I'm thrilled that my review got you to buy it because it's so good. They're from Turkey, and this is how you do sort of modern death metal that retains all that evilness of Immolation, Dead Congregation, those kind of bands, but other Turkish bands like Burial Invocation, Diabolizer especially, mixes it with the Spanish sound of someone like Ataraxy, and it's just pummeling destruction all the way, start to finish, evil, sonic, unrelentless fury. I mean, look at this. The whole thing is just fire. It is literally just flames. You know what it's going to be, and it's fantastic. It pained me to have to drop it down, but I kind of had to. So yeah, awesome album. Engulfed Unearthly Litanies of Despair, number 3.
All right, Sue, there you are. You're up.
So the new wave of British heavy metal lives on. At number 3, we have Satan with Songs in Crimson. This was a great album that I reviewed earlier this year. And I've been a huge fan of theirs since Court in the Act from a zillion years ago. And it's basically the same lineup to this day that put that record out. And it's been actually a really busy year for Brian Ross. He also put out another Blitzkrieg album, which is excellent as well. And that pretty much deserves an honorable mention. But yeah, the Satan record, it's just solid, straightforward heavy metal. And if that's what you like, then it's an album that you just have to listen to. It really has tons of solid songs on it, and you just can't go wrong. So I highly recommend it. And unfortunately, I was working on getting an interview with Brian Ross, and it just didn't come together. But never say never. Maybe it will at some point. And
right on. No worries.
Great to share it with you guys.
Thanks for trying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, appreciate you reaching out about that.
All right, Ellen.
Yeah, I knew that would be on Sue's list. I'm a little surprised it's only number 3. I'm going to be interested what her top 2 are. All right. Number 3 for me is the new Traveler album. This is their 3rd prequel to Madness.
Very nice.
Yeah, Simon, you mentioned in the chat earlier you had recently got this, and
got it in today.
It's fantastic. You know, this band has kind of been one of the bigger names in new wave of traditional heavy metal for years. They were kind of one of the early ones out of the gate to get some hype. The first 2 albums are good. This album is fantastic. And what 2 things have changed. First, they moved away from the blue and black color scheme. They got some actual colors on it this time, which is a minor thing. I'm being silly. But the thing they changed that did make a difference is on this album, they've shortened the song lengths. There's a lot fewer songs that go open, the 5-6 minute zone. A lot of them are staying under 5 minutes. And it makes the songs a lot more explosive, which really gives it that extra oomph. The guitars throughout this album are just dazzling. Vocals are top notch. And yeah, just shaving a little bit off those songs, knowing when to self-edit, knowing when to say like, hey, just cut it right there. That's plenty. Really makes these songs hit with an impact. You know, this came out kind of early in the year. It got some attention, of course. I did not check it out right away. No Remorse records don't show up locally for me. And so it was one of those things like, yeah, I like that band. I'll get around to picking it up. And I finally did much later in the year. And was instantly impressed on how much stronger the band has gotten. So yeah, for me, they've gone from a very good band to the 3rd best album of the year. Very, very impressed. They made just kind of tweaked the formula a little bit, but it made a big difference to my ears. So yeah, Traveler prequel to Madness. This is kind of absolutely fantastic stuff. And again, it kind of straddles that line with the shorter song lengths. I feel like this album strays a little closer to power metal territory rather than just traditional metal. but it works. There's no cheese here. There's no elf ears or capes. These guys aren't rolling D20s, in between, takes to see, who has to, actually go talk to the girl. It's actually just pure bona fide heavy metal.
No cheese. Look away, Marty. Look away.
Yeah, this is how you do that style, without, having to, join a local LARPing group. So love it to death. Really, really impressed. Traveler, prequel to Madness.
Alan bought that for my kid for Christmas. We're going to listen to it tomorrow.
I thought Parker might like checking that. It's got enough power metal in it. It's like, you know what? This is one Parker has not heard to my knowledge. And I think it's a cool lesson that he'll enjoy. Hope so anyway.
He bought an Accept record with his own money yesterday. I was very proud of him.
We're raising him right.
So he must be doing something right.
Wait a minute. Which Accept record?
The one with the bull on it. It's the 2014 one. It's good.
Oh, yeah. That one's fine. Okay.
Yeah.
You're good. You're good.
All right, and I am up next. Where am I in this thing? There we go. Yeah. Number 3, Children of the Morgue, Deceased. This, to me, I've liked all the Deceased stuff. This one really connected really well with me. Ghostly White, before it was really good. They've all been really good. But this one, it's just, I really like the production. I really like Shane and Mike really did an awesome job on the songwriting on this. The guitar work's fantastic. It's just so true metal. It's hard to call these guys a straight up death metal band anymore to me. It's just a lot of traditional metal on here. King's voice has not faltered. It sounds like King. And in fact, he's singing a little bit less to let the music underneath breathe. And I think the album benefits a lot. Not that he's got a bad voice, just the fact that he's really good at putting a lot of words over a lot of music. Well, here, I think you realize the songs had so much quality to them to let them breathe a little bit. And I don't know, this is just a very spacious, well-considered heavy metal record. Great solos, great drums and bass. The whole thing is a full package. Yeah, Children of the Morgue, Deceased. Excellent album.
Yeah, really good album.
And we're back around to TJ. Where are you at? There you are.
Great minds think alike, right?
Right on.
There you go.
Yeah, Marty pretty much nailed it. I mean, the thing with me and Deceased was, it was kind of, I bought their first album way back in the day, and it didn't click with me, and I didn't listen to them for a long time, and then I got Fearless Undead Machines and was blown away, and I've been following them on and off ever since, and it's just consistently great shit. And this record is just, I mean, what everything Marty said and then some. It's a killer release. It's worth your time. Definitely killer output by this band, by this legacy band. Absolutely killer.
100%.
TJ, I agree. Fearless and Dead Machines is the album where they really found their voice.
For sure. I mean, it's that first record was just kind of, to me, was so kind of a mess, and I just didn't get it. It just didn't click with me at the time, and I know Marty, other people adore it. I don't know, but you're right. I think it's by that point they really just kind of came into what they would be, throughout, so for sure.
They just really with Fearless, they really embraced their heavy metal side.
Right.
I mean,
right.
And it just, the songs got way more complex and more focused, a lot more focus on, heavy metal solos. I mean, stuff like that. And they brought that to the forefront, and their songwriting just, I think, really opened up a lot for them. But, all right, Jim.
All right. Well, Simon, it's okay. You moved them down one, because I'm moving them up.
Yeah, it's a great record.
Simon's review of this definitely turned me on this band, Unearthly Litanies of Despair. This, as he said, this is an absolute crusher. It came out early this year. I got my brother into it. He ordered it right away, like one song in. What this band is to me is like, Blesser of the Sick meets mid-period Immolation meets Beneath the Remains Sepultura in terms of its catchiness. Yep. I mean, this thing is just it is crushing, catchy. It is like well executed. These guys know what they're doing. They're great musicians. it's not that it's like technical death metal. It's just extremely professionally done with death metal. I mean, these guys really mean what they're doing. They're coming from a country, Turkey, that doesn't have like the largest death metal scene in the world, but they are absolutely crushing it way beyond their borders. And the vocal delivery on this thing, man, let me tell you, it's steamrolling. He puts to shame a lot of death metal vocals out there. You listen to this guy on top of the awesome riffs, the catchy songwriting, and everything else going on, the great solos, just wah pedal all over the place, just thunderous double bass, really high up in the mix, just really low end, punishing and pushing double bass. There's this great growl that just rides over it all through the whole album. Never gets old. You're just like, what's this guy going to do next? It's one of those albums that just keeps on giving. It's pure death metal, just no strings attached. And, more of this, please. It is absolutely stunning. I struggled between putting this my number one and number two, but ultimately had to put it down to number two, but it was by a hair's breadth. This is an amazing death metal record.
Those guys have a lot of pressure. It's like they got to represent Turkey, right? It's a death metal scene. It's like, can you name 5 death metal bands from Turkey?
Right.
A lot of pressure. But
and they bring it, man. They really bring it.
All right, Logan.
All right. So for my number 2, this is a different mood from the other albums and stuff that I've talked about, or really most people have talked about tonight, and I really needed this kind of album this year at certain points. This is Alcest's newest album, something in French, Le Chant d'Aurore.
Ribbit.
It stands for "Where is the bathroom?"
And that's why I needed it.
Exactly. It's a useful phrase.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Alcest. But this is a absolutely stunning, just gorgeous album. I think this is them kind of riding the ship a little bit. I absolutely love their album from 2016, Kodama, and this sounds like the counterpart to that, like the yin to its yang, if you will. Kodama is like this, a bit more harsh, a bit more primal, feeling like almost Moon style album, and this is just a bright and flowy, but still harsh at times album that I feel like represents the sun in context with its previous Kodama. But this really does tread some just beautiful ground. The melodies are gorgeous. It still has these like blistering passages which are just absolutely uplifting, and the vocals are breathtaking on here. They incorporate some screams too, which I do not mind. I think they are a good accompaniment. Like, clean singing is the predominant name of the game, but when they do bring the screams in, I think it's for a good purpose, and it does a good job of making the song hit that much harder when it's brought in. I tell you some of my favorite tracks, but they're all in French as well, so I will avoid that unless there's more, lines about how to get to the bathroom, maybe. But
one of the tracks translates to, "Does this bus go downtown, sir?"
That's my favorite track on the album.
That track is feral.
Absolutely.
I have one of those songs on my Spotify, my favorite songs list, but I never did dive into the whole record. The Flamme Jumelle, something, I don't know. It's like Julie's on Fire or something. I don't know. There's a weird video out for it. 2 girls having epileptic fits on the side of a river or something. But the song's amazing.
Sounds fun. Yep. That would be one of my favorites. Track 6 as well. So definitely check this out, especially if you like the album Kodama by them. So
no, all joking aside, it's a good album.
It's a good album, but it's not always an easy recommend, because for someone who's not into it, I can understand why it wouldn't be. You know what I mean? But other than that,
is it metal? No.
That's that line, right?
I just work.
Where does Time Magazine rank this one?
Right. All right, Kellen.
All right. Aldridge, for death and glory to the gods I cry.
I've been meaning
You're
to
a
get
good
that.
man, Kellen.
It's not
You're a good
around in
man.
the U.S. that I've found.
So this band started out essentially as a neo-folk project and has turned into one of my favorite black metal bands going right now. There's a part like very early in this record. If anyone remembers Nemesis Divina, the second track there, I think it's called Fork Set. It closes with this interesting little like piano piece. And there's a moment on this record that brings back Nemesis Divina, that part specifically. And anyway, I absolutely love this record. It competes for, I had a hard time putting this number 1 or number 2, but 100% I cannot recommend this band enough. I think they've put out a new release every year for the past like 3 or 4 years. But a special project. There's another, I think he has a albionic hermeticism. I think it's his other project.
Albionic
Hermeticism. Thank you. Thank you, Simon. But this is, for me, I think that was originally his major focus. This has overtaken it in my eyes. And one of the best things going right now in black metal.
Yep.
All right, Rick.
All right. This to me is, I guess it would be the death metal album of the year for me, just because I love everything they put out. And so what is it? Jubian, the last one was amazing. I had no idea how they were going to top that because I just loved it so much. But Senshu is ripped to shreds.
Yeah. It's an awesome album.
Andrew Lee, just the stuff he's doing nowadays, guys is a prodigy. This album, these guys are entertaining because they tend to do the grindy stuff, but in such a slick kind of way, right? Rather than death metal. And at the same time, even like, what is the last track? It's got a ridiculous name. It's like Perverting the Funeral Rites, Stripping for the Dead. But it rules. It's got a killer solo on there. The drummer's insane on this. He's just all over the place. I love it. It's just like constant, just fills. But it's such a fun album. Everything they put out, it just gets better and better. So I'm already looking out for the next one. Just again, and same question I asked last time. How the hell are they going to top this? And shit, what can I say? Amazing death metal record. For what it's got, all the technicality, but not overkill. It's got a little bit of that, just a bit of that grittiness and dirtiness to the sound, but it's also very catchy. All kind of wrapped in one. I mean, what more could I ask for? Great release.
Nice.
Have you heard his grindcore band, Hookah Go Grind Time?
Yeah.
So funny.
Logan actually sent me something from them, which is
they're fun. They're tight.
That's how I hear it. The little grindiness just comes through.
Yeah, exactly. He's brought it into that for sure.
All right, Melanie.
So I actually think this and my number 1 are pretty much tied at this point. It's hard to pick one or the other, depending on the day I wake up. But Defeated Sanity, Chronicles of Lunacy, just top tier, brutal death metal in the technical vein. I think this is their best album they put out so far. Just jazz inspired, true musicianship on this. Oh man, it's not for everybody. It's definitely noodle soup for people who are not into that brutal technical death metal vein. I feel like the first listen, you're just not going to get it if you're not used to listening to this band or this style of music. However, for me, it hit immediately. And it's exhilarating. Just the drumming on here, who is one of the original founding members of the band. Fun fact, him and his father started this band way back when. His father's no longer in this band anymore. It's
a tough day when you have to kick your old man out of the band. Dad, me the guys were thinking.
Yeah. Happened on Father's Day too.
Yeah.
But it's not for everybody, and I totally understand that. So I honestly would not recommend this to somebody who's new to death metal whatsoever. But I've been a fan of this band since the very beginning, and just the more they've segued into this, more of this just exceptional writing, and like you can just tell, like there's just no frills, no bullshit, brutal death metal. It is so far so Pierce from Within from Suffocation is like one of my all-time favorite metal albums. This has definitely surpassed that now. I've listened to this so much more than I've listened to close to any other album, with the exception of my number one. I think it's phenomenal. I did not know his father passed away. I probably should have.
I didn't know that either. Sorry, honestly.
Probably should.
I wouldn't have made the joke.
Yeah, now I feel
like
bad.
I'm feeling like a straight up asshole right now.
Yeah.
Damn. Anyway, yeah, phenomenal album. Just, I love this band. I love every single album that they put out, but this is by far my favorite one they put out so far. But again, it's not for everybody. And I completely understand people tell me they don't like it, because it is a lot. It's a lot to take in. And first listen, don't try to listen to everything, because there's a lot going on. But just, there are moments on here where they're so fast, and I'm like, how are they doing this? Like, how? Just the bass and the drum and just everything is so great. But jazz is like my first love of music, so hearing those inspirations and that style of writing come into death metal, I'm always going to be on board for that. So amazing stuff.
All right, Simon.
All right, number 2. This was a new finding for me this year. This was actually a bit of a sort of a value add. I was buying something else. I saw this cover and went, oh, that looks cool. Add to cart. Let's see what it sounds like. And it's kind of blown me away. This is a band called Modern Rights. Album's called Endless. This is industrial kind of black metal featuring Berg from Ara, who I've been singing the praises of for a couple of years. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Alan, I think, is well versed in Ara. And a guy called Johnny Warren from a post metal band called Kuashi, which I'm not familiar with, but those two have a bit of a duo on this thing. And this is a sound that I really didn't know that I still needed, but I did. This is like Norway's Red Harvest, but specifically their last album, A Greater Darkness, but more black metal. And that's something I really needed. And this is just so good. It's mechanically cold, but not in that like Thorns 2000 kind of era. It's still got life. It's still got vibrancy to it. Layers and layers of melody, and that's what really gets me with this one. It's got the guitarist from Ara. You're going to get that kind of Swiss melody. It's got lots of dark synth, very programmed drums. Not that you can really tell; they're very appropriate for this kind of industrial tinge black metal. It's all very mid-paced, but it's both clinical and it's emotional. I think that's why this really works for me. It pulls on me in a similar way to when I was listening to Jade's album from a year ago, and even their split from earlier this year. It's got the way that they do the leads on this is very similar to Jade and, of course, Ara. So, yeah, I was not expecting something like this to end up in my list. Endless from Modern Rights. But as it turns out, anything that dude from Ara is involved in, Torbra is another band, anything he touches is spun gold, and Modern Rights is one of them. Number 2.
And Simon, some folks are asking if you can put that in the chat
as
well.
Will do.
Yeah. Ara has a new album out, but it just came out at the end of the year, and my copy is supposed to be delivered tomorrow.
Exactly, same.
Phenomenal.
I haven't heard the damn thing yet.
Yep, you and I
if
should
they just put it out in November.
Have a chance to play it.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, Sue, you're up.
All right, so coming at number 2, this one was a surprise for me. It is The Rods and Rattle the Cage. So we have David Rock Feinstein and Carl Kennedy still at it after all these years, still based up in upstate New York. Carl Kennedy has put out this book, which we just got for Christmas. So this looks like a really good read, chronicling the tales of the Rods and the production studio that Carl has run. He famously produced Metallica, Anthrax, Possessed, all kinds of major metal albums, and was an important part of Ronnie James Dio's early years as well. But this album really delivers. We listened to it like so much this year, down in Florida, down the shore, washing the car, just doing, things like that. And it really moves. It's got a great groove to it. It's basically biker bar rock, just lots of fun. They've been a staple of East Coast hard rock, the scene since forever, and it blows me away that they're still this good. And I think it's unfortunate. I bet very few people heard about this album, but it's definitely worth your time.
All right, Ellen.
Yeah, great pick, Sue. Rod's Get Forgotten. They were on the
I
scene
didn't even
so
know they put a new
early.
album.
They were on the scene so early. It's like people, even by like the late 80s, had started to forget about them. But yeah, they're still kicking around. I'll have to look for that book. That's really cool. I didn't know that had come out.
Yeah.
All right, number 2. Well, this was my number 1 at mid-year, and it slipped one spot, but still excellent album. Sue's already mentioned it. It's the new Riot 5 Mean Streets album. Fantastic. It's my favorite of the Riot 5 albums, which are all good, but I think this one's a little bit better than the first two. I have only one minor complaint with this album. I feel like it takes a few songs to get in gear. The first 2 or 3 tracks are not my favorites, but once you get to track 4, everything after that is just pure bliss. Sounds great. Everything Sue said, I would just echo here. One little very fun detail I have to point out is that it is for the first time we get Johnny's girlfriend featured in the artwork. I'm kind of torn, and I want Sue's opinion on this. Should we call her Janet is back, or go with Connie because it rhymes with Johnny?
Well, there's also the mighty TRS, maybe.
TRS. Yeah, we could play off of Tior too. That is true. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Maybe Dior, as in like Christian Dior. Is that going too far? I don't know. Some folks will say this is cheesy. I love this cover to death. You've got the sword, you've got the tequila, and yes, you've actually got. I'm going with Connie for the moment, but Sue may be able to change my mind. You've got Connie and Johnny both riding the chopper.
Oh, that works for me.
So yeah, fantastic album by my favorite band. So, but there's one album I like more this year. We'll get to that in a little while.
All right. Number 2. This is an album and a band I have not seen anybody talk about in the VC.
And Simon, yes, it is a seal, not a monkey.
Oh God!
I learned.
Please don't forget that quote. We need to figure that out. Anyway, yeah, Throne of Thorns.
Amos got it.
Converging Parallel Worlds. This for the longest time was my number 1. I've listened to this album a ton. It's power metal. I think they're Belgian. Off the top of my head, I can't remember. But it's power metal, but it's got a heaviness to it. There's a lot of heavy crunch to this album. Amazing guitar work, excellent guitar harmonies, and they've got a very good singer that isn't crazy into the falsetto. He's just a very strong heavy metal singer. He has an upper register to his voice. He's very good at capitalizing on the guitar melody lines. He does so with grace and skill. The album is very catchy. There's a lot of songs. It feels, it's 8 tracks. It feels a bit weighty, but there's a lot going on here. There's a lot of really interesting music breakdowns, and I don't know. This is a fan. You look at the album cover and you're like, oh, here we go. But nope, I was pretty blown away how good it was. I ordered it off from Rock of Angels from Europe because I couldn't find it in the U.S. when I wanted it. So, this for me, Throne of Thorns, Converging Parallel Worlds is definitely one to check out if you're into power metal. There's a lot of really, really amazingly well-written and considered music on this thing. Singing is great, too. I really, really come to love a band with a good, strong singer. But TJ, we're on to number 1.
Number 1, eh? Well, And in case anybody wondered, there is no particular order to what I'm doing here. This I don't consider this my best one of the year. I don't care about any of that crap. So you guys have your little lists and whatever, and that's fine. Whatever. You know, I'm not about any of that. So I'm just laying these out here.
Which you only mention after 2 hours or showing them sequentially.
So, and that's fine. That's fine. You know, whatever. Just wanted to point that out. You know, so you guys figure it out on your own.
Yet you wanted to play. You wanted to play the game.
Well, hey, look. I didn't see any strict rules in the email anyway. So nobody said.
Then you didn't read the damn email.
No, he did not. That is true.
I must have read some of it because I got here, right? So, I mean, whatever. But
you're like my students on the test. You read the first 5 words and then just stop and fill in the blank.
Well, I have TikTok brain. That's all I can do anymore. 5 minutes and I'm out. So, but anyway, I have this here, Obscene.
Good album.
Yep. It's their second album, I believe. Agony and Wounds.
Third, I think now.
Is it their third? Yeah, I couldn't remember for sure. So I picked up.
Who's counting? One. Third, first, second. It don't matter. It doesn't matter which one it is.
Math is them out there for you guys. You sort it out.
Math is dumb.
This is their 2022 album, by the way. Fuck you.
No. Everybody, these are all released this year. so. But yeah, no. They have I know one of the big contentions with him is kind of his voice. I enjoy his vocals. I think he's got a really unique sound. It's a little more higher registered, but it's very gnarly and nasty. They definitely they stepped it up a bit on this one. It's definitely a little bit better, a lot more interesting riffs on it and stuff. I really enjoyed listening to this record. I think these guys are a killer band. We're kind of, the Glorious Dead is kind of close to you guys. You ever in the neighborhood need somebody to play a show, give us look us up on the Facebooks or something. That'd be cool to lay down with you guys somewhere, rip it up. But anyway, yeah, Obscene. There it is. Agony and Wounds.
I've heard of vocals.
Number whatever. What number whatever. You decide how much I liked it. 8-1.
The vocals are weird on that though, but I've heard it described as like John Hardy with like with Van Drunen, kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah. I mean, I guess that'd be really. I'd never really thought about it. I think I like it. I get kind of hooked on vocalists that try to deliver something unique or have their own kind of take on things, and I'm a big fan of Attila.
Ryan dropping some crossover there. Yep.
Excellent. But yeah, I think it's great.
All right, Jim.
Okay. This album, we covered it in Album Club earlier this year, so it might not be that big of a shock, but it really struck home with me. I listened to it on a night where I couldn't sleep, and I just really got into everything about it, the sound and the concept. So for me, my number one album of the year is Ulcerate's The Cutting of the Throat of God.
There it is.
Just absolutely unique and original, dissonant and melodic at the same time. The whole theme behind it, the experience of death itself, they nail it on all fronts. I mean, to me, nobody sounds like Ulcerate. They just
killer band, absolutely crush.
Yeah, and this is the most melodic of all their albums, and in my opinion, it's why it's their best for me, because I got into them a long time ago. I think on their second or third record, but it was so dissonant back then that I didn't return to it often. But I think they really hit the nail on the head with the songwriting now, because other than just blistering dissonance, there's a real emotional well of melodicism that accompanies the brutality and takes it somewhere different. And these guys are just at the top of the game, and the sound on this album is huge. It just sounds enormous. The bass sounds enormous, the drums sound enormous, the guitars are just world building. and infinitely layered. I think the guitar player uses loops and stuff live, which I would think he has to, given the layering. But that's a skill into itself. Getting, if you got a loop pedal, doing the timing, getting all that right. Whatever they do, however they make it happen, this is an amazing album. I love everything about it. The lyrical concept, the cover, the title. It just delivers on all fronts. What can I say? I highly recommend, firing up a candle, put the lights down low, listen to this on your headphones, and just drifting off. And it's going to take you to a scary place. But if that's not metal, I don't know what is. Number one.
Right on. All right, Logan.
Nice choice.
Number one, we made it. Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
Great pulls all around. Awesome to see. Great ulcer pick.
Mushroom head.
I myself am not a mushroom head. I'm a sludge guy, Rick. I'm wearing the Bongzilla shirt. Other, drug.
Oh yeah.
So I'm gonna lean towards the sludge scene, especially that good old Southern sludge, if I can. There's some form of self-hatred and just hatred in general in the U.S. South that you can't really replicate elsewhere. And
he's picking the new Taylor Swift.
Is she even from the South? Where is she from?
I don't know. Your description so far seems dead on to me.
From hell.
She should go back wherever she's from.
She's from Pennsylvania.
One no.
Okay. See?
Thanks, Rick.
Well, fuck the Steelers and I guess her too. But
yes.
You didn't say Eagles. We're good.
We're in Louisiana here. We're in Allen. Come on. No, this is LSU Tigers and Thou. So, and the Saints.
Great album.
Sorry, yeah. Umbilical,
So
the
good.
new album right here. This is just mean and crushing and
Heavy.
fast. Yeah. And for those who are a fan of the other previous Thou efforts, this is honestly a bit of a departure. They go for a more streamlined, to the throat, punkier approach. A lot of the tracks on here are just energetic and less than 3 minutes, which is impressive for a Thou album. I mean, there's Thou albums that most songs are 10 minutes long. This one, the longest track is 6.5. So this is a streamlined, digestible Thou release, and I think it's all the more earnest for it and all the more emotive. Some of their best tracks they've released ever are on this album. The lead single.
It's been too long, man. What was the last album? It's not kind of
that was Magis. But they've been doing so many collaborative albums and splits and stuff. It's crazy. But the lead single, I Feel Nothing When You Cry, yeah, it came with a 7-inch. Look at that. What a name, too. But it's a ripper. And then the main song, the best track of the year, is called The Promise on here. Nirvana wish they wrote that song, The Promise. It's got this 90s angsty energy to it, and it's still heavy as fucking sludge and just super catchy too. So I absolutely love this Thou album. I relate to this band. This is Louisiana as a state in a kind of depressive, self-hating album. I was able to be there for the album release show, so it does kind of have a special place too. But yeah, gotta rep Thou for the number one pick for 2024. Cheers.
All right. Kellen is next. Where is Kellen? There he is.
All right, so this was a year for me that was defined by doom. I was on a stream here that Rick and Alan and I all jumped on and talked about it. And I feel like as much love as Crip Sermon has received this year, I will die on this hill. The doom record for me is Capilla Ardiente, Where Gods Live and
cool cover.
Men Die. This album, okay, this is the next Candlemass. When Crip Sermon came out, that's what everyone thought. Here's a band that's going to take that epic doom throne. For me, Capilla Ardiente is doing that in a way that
I agree.
I think is they do not receive enough attention for. This is their best record, in my opinion, to date. And the new Crypt Sermon to me sounds much more like it's moving away from the doom side of things to a more traditional heavy metal sound. And it's got great guitar work and so on and so forth. This is a true doom listen throughout. 4 tracks, crushing epic doom. This is the one you want to listen to. Out of all the different doom records that came out, The Obsessed, there was a Scald release. Gates of Slumber came out this year. There's plenty other records. This is the one that stood out above all of them for me, and it's my favorite record here in 2024.
Not to
It
take
was
away.
a huge year for Doom. You're absolutely right, Kellen.
Is that a Lewandowski artwork?
It is not. I
great
don't know. I
cover.
can see. Yeah.
Has that vibe.
Yeah, it
I was-
does.
I was gonna say not to take away from their previous albums too. They're all really good.
Yeah.
Very
Never even
Awesome,
heard of
man.
them.
Well, you know what? You
Dang
never
it.
listen to Doom, Marty. So
I know.
you can't really
Terrible.
say anything about
It's
it.
Felipe. He was
Fun.
on that Scald album from this year too.
Yeah.
It's been.
I bet he wouldn't like the vocals.
I'll put the
Not
the
enough
art,
capes.
album art in the
Needs more top hat.
Yes. You know me so well.
If they were wearing pointy elf ears, you'd have listened
Yeah.
to them.
They were carrying foam rubber hammers and plastic armor, riding around on unicorns with jetpacks coming out of their asshole. Mark was like, "Fuck yeah!"
So you guys just don't understand. Rick,
You're
up.
right. You're right.
While Kellen is searching for that, we're going to continue onward here. Moving
All right, Kellen,
along.
please do put that one in the chat. A lot of folks want to check it out.
This is number 1, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Number 1. Yep.
Oh,
Top of the heap. For
Are
everyone
you,
except
are
for
you a
TJ.
TJ teacher?
Not that it matters.
more than one. All right. So, I'm glad you pulled up the Carpella. I don't have a physical of that, so I need to fix that ASAP. But for my number 1, which is not shocking to any of you, it's a Doom album. That's been kind of a consistent thing, with these things. I think Alan, you reviewed this band, as a matter of fact. This is a band I've been into since their first EP, and they put out their debut. Was it 2 years ago? From LA, and this to me, Crypt Sermon is up there, as I've already showed. This is another kind of doom that's very on the other side of it. It kind of represents more of the Pentagram, Black Sabbath, but also Trouble. It's got a little bit of everything kind of in there.
Yep.
And I've been looking at some of these end of year lists, and nobody has brought this up. And I'm blown away as to why. But Early Moves, The Sinner's Past,
Very cool.
is my album of the year. This is a perfect Doom album. I think they've improved on everything from their last album, stepped it up a notch. One important thing to notice, there's nothing reinventing the wheel about this. There's nothing that's original as far as innovation, as far as something you're not really familiar with, as far as this kind of style. They take everything that's familiar and they do it just really, really well. So for this year, for my number 1, I went for the comfort food. This is my comfort food repeat listen that I've had on quite a bit. Which is funny because being a number 1 album, you're thinking, well, this should be a 10 out of 10. It's perfect. I can't even say that. This is kind of crazy. So there's because of a particular track, Alan, I think you know what track I'm talking about. And I'm holding the LP right here, which you can see the track list. It goes Last Hour, Sinners Past, Walpurgis. All great. But here, got the digipack. I'm thinking to myself, when you're reviewing these albums and you're trying to take them into consideration for your end of year lists, you got to take all the tracks into consideration. And then this one track keeps kind of evading me. So I'm looking at this. Did you notice it says Unhinged Spirits and Unhinged Spirits? Why is the same damn song twice on the digipack? It's because I'm about to break my own rules, so I'm not getting any stickers. The song Blood Offerings. It's not on the LP. It is on the CD, but it's misprinted.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't know what's there. God, I hope you fix that.
There's a couple of issues on some of the digipack pressings. Yeah, some of the first copies also have a skip in track one.
Writing easy. I love that label, but you guys really need to fix that. And so if you want the song Blood Offerings on the LP, you have to get the 7-inch flexi to get it on there. So I'm at a standstill. How do I take that song into consideration? It's not on the LP. It's on the CD. And it's one of the best songs on the album. That is the part that's killing me. So for this particular ranking, I took it into consideration. But even without that song, it's such a familiar sense of Pentagram, Candlemass, Trouble, all those likes wrapped up and done in it's with such a element of, I don't want to say I want to say more with an homage to what those bands have done in the past. This, in my opinion, is the best doing this style right now. You might be right, Eric.
I think that's the point. Yeah, I can tell all day. I think that's it.
Thanks a lot.
K-Tel presents
Early
Blues.
I also thought that being such a great album, I had not seen it on enough year lists. Like, you need to do something. When I'm saying all this, I'm talking to Sue. I think you would really love this.
Well,
your overall and all this kind of stuff.
You might hear me mention it.
Right.
Great. Screw up her number one Impact. Wow.
Okay.
Spoiler alert.
Not that it matters.
All
You're
right.
loud and clear.
Not exactly. You'll see.
Okay, Melanie, you're next.
Well, I don't think this was a surprise at all, considering I talked about it for 3 hours with Zoller and Marty. But we've got Nile, the underworld awaits us all, and fuck every single person that gave me a hard time about this on my top 20 video. So many people were mad about this, and I don't know why.
Why?
I don't know. The one guy who I blocked from my channel because just made me so mad said Deicide's new album put this home on a stretcher, which is just
whatever.
Justin Horville fan.
Yes. And I immediately blocked him from my channel because I don't need that kind of negativity ruining my mental health. I will just don't. That Deicide album is complete trash compared to this. This album is fucking phenomenal. And this is one of my all-time favorite death metal bands. It has been for a very long time. And I was not a huge fan of their last album. I liked it, but I didn't love it. And they just come back and they blew me out of the water. I mean, we talked about it for almost 3 hours in the video, so I don't need to go into further detail about it. But every time I listen to this album, it just makes me so goddamn happy. I don't know. There's so many things about it. And just the artwork, which my son told me today looked like a toilet. So I guess there's that because I have the shirt on.
Do you like that better than a Deicide artwork? No.
Yeah. Please, come on, Rick. I made a whole video about how awful Deicide was, and just no. I love this album, and people were surprised by it. I don't know why. I mean, I've talked about how much I love Nile, and just can do no wrong. This album is just phenomenal. And Zoller says everything about this album in our video that we did, just nails it to a T about this.
Yep.
About everything. And just George Kalias' drumming is just stunning on this. It's so good. And I got over the Feces song. I absolutely love it now. I was not a fan of it when I first heard of it. The Feces thing really kind of didn't do much for me, but now I'm all in on the shit. So I'm good. Sorry, I'm gonna get this video probably demonetized now.
Oh, we've
Say
done that already. I think we're good.
But yeah, this is not just I wore the shirt today and I thought about it. I was like, maybe I should change because that might give it away, but I don't care. I've already done my top 20 death metal, so yeah, no pun intended. Oh, the pun was very much intended, Wade. I purposely said that.
All right,
Marty, can I interject for a moment?
of course.
Yep. Yeah, first off, Wade, if you missed the comment, just send your mailing address to the Heavy Metallurgy email address, and I will send you a free copy of that Early Moods Digipack CD. It will have a skip in track 1, but you can still check it out. It is a great album.
There's the email address scrolling across the bottom of the the thing right now.
Just send your mailing address there, Wade, and I'll get that in the mail to you probably next week.
We got a ticker? Where did we get a ticker?
We got
We've always had
ticker.
a
We've
ticker.
got ticker technology.
Damn it.
The other thing to interject here, since Melanie brought it up, I've shared this with a couple of folks, but through some intense archaeological digging, I have discovered the origin of the 4 apes that throw feces at the Nile album. Right here you go. If the camera won't rotate
I forgot to respond to you. I saw that the other day and I started dying laughing.
I found this in my dad's record collection last week.
Oh my God!
It's from the 60s. It's I think it's a Jersey band called the Knockouts. They were kind of a lounge act in the mid 60s. And yes, they made one album called Go Ape with the Knockouts. And right there, those are the 4 apes that are awaiting you in the underworld if you're naughty. So, unless you want those things cramming feces in your mouth, watch your shit. Because
I'm on Discogs right now. So just
there's a copy for $30. I've already been there.
Oh dear.
It's actually a relatively rare album, but yeah, it's a weird mixture. Like I said, they were kind of a lounge act, so they do a little bit of everything. There's a couple of novelty tracks. There's some tracks that have a very Caribbean kind of feel. There's a couple of doo-wop ballads. You get the sense that just whatever the gig required, they had some songs that could get them in the door and get them the job for the night. But I saw that cover, I'm just like, well, there they are. There's the 4 apes. That was perfect timing, digging through the dad's record collection. So had to bring that up. Sorry, back over to our regularly scheduled programming.
All right, Simon, you're up. I'm gonna be right back.
I don't know how I'm supposed to follow up from the shit-eating Knockouts, but I'll do my best. All right, so this thing completely unanticipated. I had no idea what this was. Absolutely unexpected. And completely destructive debut album. This is Aberration, Demonality. Oh my God, I can't even speak. Band that's out of Norway is featuring members of Obliteration, one of my favorite modern bands from Norway, and ex-members of Condor. So if you know, Condor did a very dry and sort of scratchy sounding black thrash. They applied that to this and do it in a death metal style. This is completely and utterly furious, unrelenting, but very mature, authentic sounding death metal attack. It's the bullet belts and chains material that you came here for. It is mixing in sort of that Order from Chaos, sadistic intent, lots of sadistic intent, Angel Corpse, that Black Edge from Niflheim, an absolute truckload of Altars of Madness. There are some riffs in here that just make you go, yeah, I've heard that before. This is violent. It is archaic and ancient. It is riffs for days, hooks that just keep just pulling at me. Oh my God, it is so. I mean, look at the band with a mustache like that. You know it's going to be good. This guy's holding the invisible oranges. I mean, fucking yeah. Look at all the sigils and things. It's good. This is Aberration, Demonality. This cover artwork, everything amazing. Yes, as it should do. Been playing it for 2 months now. That's as long as I've had it, and it went to number 1 very easily. Check it out. Awesome.
What's up,
stuff.
Jeff? All right, where are we at? List. Sue, you are up next. You're muted.
Okay, so sorry for being misleading before, but my number one is not Early Moods.
Oh,
Uh-oh, my battery's running low.
Oh, darn.
So I'll do this quickly. It is actually Saxon, Hellfire and Damnation.
There it is.
Now, this came out very early in 2024, but it did hold on to the top spot. I love this album all year. I know Biff is like 154, but he still sounds amazing. And now we have Brian Tatler in the band playing lead guitar. So that has really raised the bar on the guitar sound and the ripping solos and just gave him a little bit more metal edge this late in the game. And I think the album rips. It's just a really amazing, solid metal album. And it ended up at number one.
It's always good to see this really classic band still appear in these 2024 lists. There's one band that hasn't been mentioned yet. I'm quite surprised, but we'll see.
all right. Alan, you are next.
I knew Sue would have that on her list. Absolutely. All right. My number one. This was a new band to me this year. But yeah, I got the promo for this, was really enjoying it. And then Simon reviewed it and was like, okay, I need to know more and more about this band for sure. It was my number 2 at the mid-year. I basically flipped my 1 and 2 from the middle of the year. It's Unash Kolten with Haxon Sabbat. This album is, just crazy good. If people need kind of like an easy reference point and don't know the band, I'd say kind of like the Chasm, that same kind of very dark, mysterious sounding death metal that's just done extremely well. The thing that really puts this album over the top for me, the guitar solos are just like crazy good. The guy is just all over the place and it works fabulously. But yeah, the soloing is just, it doesn't seem like it should fit on this album. It's almost neoclassical power metal soloing. On top of this, like really murky, mysterious, death doomy type stuff. But it absolutely fits.
Alan, I think you're questioning what they're putting in those Chilean waters over there.
I don't know, but they are really nailing it down there. I've been checking out a couple of the band's other albums, and yes, they've got some other really, really good ones too. But so far, this one is still top of the heap for me. But like I said, I'm new to the band. I'll be spending more time exploring the other parts of their catalog. But yeah, in terms of why I flipped this and Riot here at the end of the year, I think moving forward, the Riot album, there's a chance it becomes, just another fantastic Riot album. Whereas the Unesh Preklik and Colton, I think this, moving forward over time may have more replayability. Whereas the Riot has such a huge catalog, that album could get sucked in and, just have to compete for space. I think this album is going to really stand on its own very well over the years, but we shall see. But yep, that is my number 1 pick for the year. Again, both those top 2 came out really early this year, and nothing really ever threatened to knock either of them off the top.
All right, my number 1. This was a pick of mine for the album club this year, and it wasn't really that well received, which I guess I'm not surprised, because I'm very much into albums that have some sort of an emotional component to them, and the new Wormwood, The Star, was the one for me. Oh. This one consistently made it to the top, considering how much I spun it. It just hit at the right spot at the right time in my year. We talked about, the Pink Floyd-isms of Blood Incantation. Yeah, there's some of that on here too, mostly in the guitar solos. It's basically very moody black metal, emotional black metal with Pink Floyd type solos. And as Jim, he hated the fact that there's a lot of open chords and in key type stuff on here, which there is. And if you're not into that, I completely understand and respect it. I think their album before this might be a bit better, but this one really resonated with me. Swedish band. Tobias, he's also a guest. He's a live guitar player for Monogam, which is another band from Sweden I like quite a bit. They live in the same town. But anyway, yeah, Wormwood, The Star. This one kind of went under the radar. Some people had really talked about this much, but yep, it's very melancholic-ish black metal, some open chord in key type stuff, but a lot of sad, dreary passages on here. The last song, Rules. It's really good. Very epic ending. I don't know. This was the one I listened to, probably one of the 5 I listened to the most this year. And yeah, that's it. And that was our top 10. And what we're going to do now is we're going to run through our list of honorable mentions. We're just going to, I think, do each person just run through them.
Yep. And then we'll bring Zoller in if he's ready.
Yep. I'm going to get him staged here in a moment. And we're going to start the same route. Do you have honorable mentions, Tej?
I do.
Not that it matters.
Not that it matters. Judas Priest, Invincible Shield.
I just got that recently. It's really
I
good.
enjoyed it a lot better than I thought I might. It's really good. 200 Stab Wounds, Manual Manic Procedures. I'm surprised nobody else. I like the last one better, really. But these guys are such an inventive band for the modern era. The newer slew of younger bands that are coming around. I'll do a better job of that. But that's demonetized right there. Check it out. So, they're just inventive and really smart songwriting. Definitely interesting. The new Paul Bearer, Mind Burns Alive. It's a good record, but they strayed away from their formulas a little bit. And this one, I like to borrow Marty's dad sweater vest metal kind of.
Yep.
It really kind of lives in that zone a little bit this time. But it's still, a very well done record.
You want to listen to that right before divorce proceeding. Let me just say that.
Yeah. And then, as always, best record of any era, Johnny Touch, Inner City Wolves. You guys, I gotta go.
No new My Dying Bride. What is wrong with you?
I'm too shattered about the whole vocalist thing and whatever. So it's. It is what it is. I had a hell of a time preparing for this in the first place, as you can tell. So, anyway.
Goodbye. Later. All right, Jim, you're next.
All right. Honorable mentions. I'll just do a couple here. Hemorrhoid. Man.
Good album.
This is perfectly executed.
So good.
Man.
Yep.
The cover, the riffs, the vocals. My God. There you go, Melanie. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I actually struggled with this on my top 10. It was hard putting even to the last minute. I was like, is it on there? Is it not? But no disrespect. This thing is amazing. If you like death grind at all, you've got to get this. I think it's essential. And another Melanie pick, the Paysage de Verre. I got the A5, which was a little bit cheaper than buying the vinyl, fortunately. This is, again, sometimes I need something that I can just work to or sleep to and not be distracted. It's a perfect black metal for that. But it's not. It's not compromising in its shadowy effects or its ambience. With intensity. So
the problem is his releases are not like just set it up for like a little tea afternoon. You got to set time aside.
Yeah. That's why it's great to work to, man. You can put this on at work. It'll get you through the day, and so it's great for that. And it's
worth
it. It's perfect for me for that. So
the investment's worth it. Yeah, good stuff.
So those are my honorable mentions. Yeah, cool.
Right on, brother. Okay, Logan, where you at? Right there. That's Craig Zoller. Hello, welcome. We'll get you at the end here, brother.
Indeed. Keep doing what you're doing.
Right on.
Cheers, man.
Cheers.
So I'm doing a bunch of other. Well, I'm doing another list next week on Gas Mask and Hand Grenades channel, and so I definitely have more than 10 albums to talk about in total. So these are not in like an actual order, just stuff that I felt like wanting to mention real quick. Competing for that 11th spot, I knew this band was going to be mentioned enough, so didn't need to help Brodequin along with this one, but everyone said good things, and I agree with all of that. And then in the realm of self-hating sludge, we've got chained to the bottom of the ocean with Sisyphean cruelty. So this is sludge, but not of the southern variety. This is from Massachusetts.
I forgot a new album this year. Damn it.
They did a surprise drop. Basically, Thou Worship, though. This is like a sledgehammer to your skull. It's fun.
I'm not used to Rick getting schooled on this new stuff. What's going on here? What's going on in this
I'm
place?
not that old. Come on, man.
Changing of the guard. I don't know. And then more NOLA sludge. Rick, do you know this band? Garguts. This is their demo.
Oh yeah, you sent me something from them.
Yeah.
I thought it was Gorguts, but the logo looked wrong.
Yeah. No Man's Land, and you can see they did the NOLA thing. NOLA's rough sometimes. And then finally, I want to mention I Am the Intimidator real quick. This is the NASCAR speed metal band from solo project guy from Alaska, Washington area. I don't know, but yeah,
Alaska is the home of NASCAR, by the way. Just saying. Think of Alaska, I think of fast cars and Dale Earnhardt.
This is the concept album about Dale Earnhardt, and if you want to listen to his last day in the life in a speed metal record, check out I Am the Intimidator.
Nice.
Yep.
All right. Is that it for you? Okay.
I'm
Kellen.
All right. I'll begin with my grindcore. So this is Deterioration, Paranoia, and Violence. For anyone who's a fan of like Helmdale or Dahmer, this is something for you. Believe this is pronounced Tornin, under Corpin's Wisdom on Medieval Prophecy.
Yeah, that album.
On atmospheric, evil feasties, a little bit more aggressive, but another sort of Alex Poole project that I loved this year.
Top shelf.
Stygian Crown, Funeral for a King. I reviewed this early in the year. It's kind of a epic doom with a little bit of a death metal sort of production to the guitar tone, but really enjoyed this one from very early in 24. And then for my two favorite death metal countries, Rotten Tomb, The Relief of Death. This is probably the slowest, heaviest thing that I had in my catalog in 2024, but Chilean death metal band that just, I think they got picked up by Nuclear Winter. So you should see them on that label in the coming future. And the Black Filth, that is a Polish death metal, Upon the Altar, Sentence of Evil. This is
the cover.
Oh, I mean, from anywhere like later Profanatica, Titan Blood kind of production, but this is simple, nasty, horrific death metal out of Poland.
Titan Blood stuff's a mess. Anyway,
get up, Monty.
Rick, where are you at? There you are.
Right here. All right.
Those edibles were a bad idea, eh? Probably not your finest moment here.
I think what we're talking about. I am completely something.
All right.
Anyway, honorable mention, right? Okay, I got
30 minutes of sludge. Here we go.
I feel like we're gonna get berated alive. We're gonna get skinned if we don't mention Fochi. Duckface Killings. I know everybody's all hung up about the rap song. It's Knife. It's early in the album. Just skip
it's short.
You're fine, you know. And it's short. It is a short track. New York Ripper, amazing. I thought where Fochi was going to go with the non-zombie stuff. You know what I mean? And here we go. This proves here. Really, really good stuff. Sweden, kind of. A dude from Philly, Alexander Poole. You know him from Krieg, Esoterica. He's in a Chaos Moon. He's in a bunch of other stuff. So Tornin, which is a kind of a split project between Sweden and US, and it's very much symphonic, very good black metal, composed very well. Again, another one I wasn't looking out for. But again, Alexander, and it just does so many. Prolific guy, not surprising. So this is the only release so far, but this can only be done by somebody or somebody's who have been in the game for a while and know how to do fucking really good black metal. This right here is really, really good. Also, from my area, and I've only seen one person in the VC ever mention this that I'm aware of. Metal Marty Mack, from Ireland, mentioned High Reaper, Renewed by Death. This is their third album.
Cool cover.
Their best work yet. Really killer stoner kind of doom. Done that kind of Black Sabbath kind of style, which I know can turn a lot of you off because there's a lot of misconceptions on this. I think, in my opinion, this is one of the better bands doing this style today. This is definitely worth checking out. Don't waste your time with those other ones. These are the dudes. Also, funnest heavy metal album of the year. It's been brought up already, but I have to agree with your consensus. This Riot album. I don't care what you're coming from. This is fun. Check it out.
It's totally fun. Great album.
I love this. Death Doom. This is their debut album, and these guys are from Austin. I know they're from Texas. If you like Druid Lord, Temple of Void, Hood and Menace, you kind of like that flavor of stuff, check out Void Witch. Everlasting Spew put this out. And this almost made my top 10, actually. It's that good. So Void Witch, check them out. Their debut album, very impressive.
Still waiting for the Void Goat album to come out.
Marty can't listen to anything with Void and Witch in the title.
Or Goat. Void, Witch, or Goat.
Accept
It's a new rule.
Another one, I feel like we're going to get berated if we don't mention this band. And it didn't show up in any of our top 10s, but it's definitely a top 20 worth project. That is the Canana Fiber, or Canana Fever, however you say it. Great project, one-man thing. Though I think it's a full band for his live, right? Out of Germany.
Never heard of him.
It's pretty much. Do you like Dissection?
Marty's not gonna like it.
Sure, we all do.
No, Marty's not gonna
He
like
is
it.
like
Don't
this.
even. He's gonna say it's trash. It's Don't even.
Oh, come on.
You're not gonna like it.
You like 1914? You know what is
Yeah,
it?
I do.
Oh, okay, like
No, Rick, come on.
make it even
It's
more
not
black
close.
metal.
It's not close, Rick. Come on.
I'm trying to sell him on this, but nevertheless, it's regardless of what we think, this is a really good release. It's got the melodic stuff, but very interesting black metal kind of. But I don't. It's really hard to really pin your home to one particular thing because he does try all kinds of different styles. But I think so far this is his best work to date. I've got all their other 7 inches and everything else, but I couldn't let this one pass up. Also, another one that I feel like we're gonna get berated if we don't mention it. And for those of the Stoner Doom category, High on Fire, Cometh the Storm. You guys know.
Thank you, Rick. Yeah.
Matt Pike always brings it. You know what I mean? Like, this is no different. The title track, well, one of my favorites.
Yeah, I thought that would be on someone's list.
Amazing. It's not a top 20 list. That's the unfortunate thing, right? Like, Burning Down, The Beating. I mean, this thing is just... Do you like riffs? This is your album. This thing has plenty of it. Of course, everybody mentioned, and the comments in particular was very... my only issue with this is I love it for what I love it, but I'm still more drawn to the last album, by just a tad. But nevertheless, not to take away, there's an album club on this if you guys want to know kind of everybody's opinions on this thing. But it's a great death metal album. It is not for everybody if you're not into that really experimental, really dissonant kind of style of death metal. But these guys kind of really tread into other territories. Really amazing work.
I'm with you. I'm with you on the previous one being better. I've checked out, I think 4 of their albums, and the previous one was the first one where I thought I might get into the band, and then I heard that one. I'm like, oh man, all these These dissonant riffs just aren't so much for me. But the previous one I thought was, except the arrangements on the new one, but I think the riffs on the previous one are better and it coheres. Like I kept that one, whereas the other albums of theirs I purchased go into the box I send out tomorrow.
Yeah. Not to take away anything from the catalog, they're a great band. I mean, they're obviously really good at what they do, and it's not an easy style to really pull off. Just overall, another one to mention was Hexablad. This is their debut album. I think they had an EP or two before this. Care Morin, obvious Necrolord ripoff.
Yeah, surely that sounds like Dissection.
But they know what they were doing. They know they were doing. But great band. That's a
cool one. Yeah.
You like the game The Witcher? It's the whole band's based off that theme. So, which is refreshing. If you're tired of the Tolkien stuff, there you go. You got The Witcher shit. Another really good band. I'm looking really forward to their next album, see what they do. But amazing release. Didn't quite make the top 10, but still really good black metal.
How many you got, Rick?
Okay, last one. Somebody's got to mention. Did somebody mention Spectral Wounds?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
No.
Actually, no one did.
It was
which is another surprising one.
Top 20. Top 20.
I was just surprised. Never came up overall. This was another one that was higher on my list, and it went down. Obviously, with all the other stuff going on, but I was still felt really bad putting it as low as it was because it is a really good. I showed The Haunting, right? Something near. And that's a little more dirty, more raw than something like this. But not to take away from something like that. It's performed really well. Exemplary black metal. Diabolical Thirst still etches this out just a little bit for me. But this is still one of the best bands doing this style right now. Dark. Yeah. It's just, it's a pretty evil album. Just overall. Spectrum.
All right. Thank you, Rick. Melanie, you're up.
All right, I'm blowing through these. Hemorrhoid, we already talked about it.
Yeah.
Gutless, high impact violence.
Australia represent.
Great album. Great debut album. Noxus, phenomenal album. This band is so cool.
That
Check
album
them
is
out.
good. That's a good album.
It's so good. I don't remember what the name of it is, but yeah, check out Noxus. Also, shout out to David. He's awesome guy. Works at Hell's Headbangers too, so FYI, he packs your stuff.
There you go.
Malignancy, discontinued.
I thought you'd have that higher.
It was in my top 20. I'm showing off basically a lot of my top 20 right now.
I bought that one based on Melanie's review of it. I am enjoying that as well.
Yeah.
Nice.
We've got Mother of Graves.
Playing is absolutely virtuoso stuff. Endless.
They're just
phenomenal
incredible band. Mother of Graves, TJ already touched on them. Don't need to talk about them. Marty already touched on Stench. Don't need to talk about them.
Worst cover art in the year though. I hate the color scheme. I hate the cover art. I hate it. Anyway, go ahead.
Shut up, Marty.
I should have mentioned that when I was showing it. Anyway.
Eternal, Cryptic Lust, young guys out of Arizona, straightforward death metal. They do it right. They pay homage to the Floridian death metal bands. Awesome stuff.
Still waiting on
and
my
then
copy.
Still some surprise stuff. Vulture.
Yeah.
I fucking love this album. I have not talked about it on my channel.
There's no way that came out in 2024. There's no way.
It's insane.
Yeah.
I just got this today, but I've been listening to it so much ever since it came out. And then this band, Helvet's Ports, wherever the hell I've ever seen this, Warlords on High Roller, straightforward heavy metal. Been listening to this like crazy. Love this stuff. So yeah, I'm doing a top heavy metal, power metal album. List for my channel. I just need to record it. I've been lazy this week, but it's coming.
All right, Simon.
All right. I'm only going to show a couple because I'm going to be doing my top 25 probably video, likely New Year's Eve, and I've already spoiled the top 10. I don't want to spoil the rest, but I'll show the ones that have dropped off since the half-year mark, and that's only been 3. So this one, Drowned, Procol His, yes. German death metal. Yeah, fucking great, but just now it's in the top 20. Not so much the top 10, but yeah, this was a really nice, unexpected return after, I think it was like 9 years or something. I can't remember, but yeah, very simple artwork, but all their artwork is like this.
Yeah, I was going to say their last album was abstract like that too. Don't get fooled by the cover. I mean, this is some.
Yeah, no, don't get fooled by it. This
Was the Necros Christos singer with them at some point? Morris Dallas Ray, was he with them?
Yeah, the EP.
I'm not sure.
On that first
On the
EP,
EP, was it?
it's really killer. Yeah.
Well, because I'm like, I know them for some reason, but it's just because I follow that guy.
Yeah, that very first EP, demo EP, was the one that I think a lot of people knew. That's the only one I had. But then there's been like 1 or 2 albums since then. And this one, yeah, awesome. Marty and everyone gave me shit about this because it's not really on brand. But yes, Seven Spires, symphonic metal. Yes, I know. And it's still in the top 20. Because I still have my mad crush on Adrian Cowan's vocals, and yep, so it is still this excellent album, and yep, very off-brand. And this one hurt to drop down, but DePigus, self-titled, had to go down a little bit to make room for some of the newcomers. But yeah, love this. It is just death metal and done really well. Yeah, so good. And people have mentioned a few other things. I mean, sneak peek. Obviously, the Fulci is going to make it on my list because it's Fulci. And Miss the Ara. The Ara's en route. I haven't heard it yet. Are we doing most disappointed in this round? Or are we coming back for that?
Not in this round. We'll come back to that kind of stuff.
All right. Well, and I will pass on.
We'll talk about Mushroom Head later.
All right, Sue.
All right, so I don't have copies to show of everything, but we'll start with Fu Manchu, their new one called The Return of Tomorrow. It's exactly what you'd expect from Fu Manchu, but they're always a really fun listen, so I like that one. I'd also like to mention Morbid Saint, Swallowed by Hell. Now, this is a band that sounds like classic thrash, like mid-'80s, Exodus, Testament, that type of thing. So if you're into that and miss that sound, I would definitely recommend that one. Nasty Savage came back with the Jeopardy Room this year, and that was definitely some solid output there. And then we have Early Moods. So there it is. Yeah, it just missed my top 10.
Sue wasn't quite in the mood for it.
It's too early. I get it.
Then we have the new Blitzkrieg, as I mentioned before. Really good stuff there. And my most honorable mention is something that John just turned me on to recently. If I had heard it sooner, it probably would have been higher. But it's a band called Castle Rat. Into the Realm is the name of the album. And I look forward to listening to that some more because that one really impressed me right off the bat.
Sue and Rick
so
Doom stream happening soon. We're gonna talk about Doom.
Sounds good.
All right. Good one, Alan.
All right. I'll go through my list real fast. Before I do, we do have a clear top 3 among everybody's choices. There were a bunch of albums that got at least 2 mentions. Only one album got 3 mentions, and 2 albums got 4 mentions. And these are only the top 10, not counting honorable mentions. So in third place, we had Nile, with 3 people putting it in their top 10. And then a tie for first place between Crypt Sermon and Blood Incantation. So those are the top 3 mentions of the night. Okay, honorable mentions, and I'm not going to show anything for these. I'm just going to reel them off. Rotting Christ, Pro Christo. The album begins very well and ends very well. I agree with some folks that the middle part gets a little boring, but I still like the album. I like what they do.
It's a movie soundtrack. Think of it like Megadeth's So Far So Good. Which you gotta put
it does have that soundtrack quality to it. You're right, Rick. The new Iron Flame album is very, very good. Iron Flame's extremely consistent. Great band. The new Deceased album, like that one quite a bit. Holder versus an Oath. That one grew on me very slowly throughout the year. It's almost to the point where it might have made the top 10. It took a while to click, but it's a little better every time I play it. The new Coffins album that TJ showed. This was in my top 10 earlier in the year. Really, really good album. I love the production on it. It just kind of missed out. The new Noctimistium album. I understand the internet hates Blake Judd, and I understand why. Nevertheless, this is a very good album he put out this year. It's not just some cheap cash in or retread. It's good material. The new Ulcerate. I like it. I haven't quite got my brain wrapped around it completely yet, so it didn't quite make the cut. And the last one that didn't make the top 10, is kind of the last thing I had to cut from the mid-year list, was the new My Dying Bride. My Dying Bride are extremely consistent. I've enjoyed most of their albums over the year. They're still doing really good stuff. They tend to always kind of end up in the honorable mentions, though, instead of the top 10. I guess you'd have to say that they're always my bridesmaid and never quite my bride. I knew that would hurt Simon just a little bit.
Yeah.
But those are my honorable mentions. Over to you, Marty.
All right. Well, I'll rip through these quick. People mentioned this. I tried real hard to get this on the list, but the new Dodsrit, it's called Nocturnal Will. You listen to their older stuff, it's very crust punk mixed with black metal. This year, they've kind of dropped the crust about 80% and instead put heavy metal riffs in it. And I think it was people are saying they missed the crust. I think the crust kind of run its course on here. I think the heavy metal injection give this band a bit of a awakening, a new life. You could tell they've been practicing their instruments and learning those scales and playing those killer solos and leads and stuff. So, yep, that one. And Engulfed was early on my list. A lot of power metal dethroned it, though. Unearthly Litanies of Despair. This is absolutely crushing Turkish death metal. What everybody said is true. That is not right. Nightside, Death from the North.
Yeah, that was great.
I listened to this not enough because I bought it on vinyl. I have to be in the room and sit. I can't take it to the shop, so I didn't have enough time with this. But what I've heard, it's old. It's an old band come back from Finland. It's straight up really well done, finished black metal, excellent. The singer is Jerry from Rauta. You gotta check that out.
Yes.
And well, can't get through without mentioning this. Live at Budokan. Just got this recently. It's great. It's really well shot. The sound is amazing. The playing is just, God, just sit there and watch people play so effortlessly their instruments. It blows me away. Favorite band for sure. 3 more and I'm done. The Order of Fear by Orden Ogan. This isn't their best album, but it was fun. I enjoyed it. Grendod.
Very surprised. It should have been in your top 10.
I just got this like 2 weeks ago. I haven't had as much time with it as you have, but this is very good Norwegian black metal, and Simon's right. Every single one of the records is a little bit different from the one before it. It's just very good. There's a good folky infusion here. I really like it. 2 non-metal releases. This one I spun the shit out of. The new Cyberactive Endgame. Members of Skinny Puppy, members of Frontline Assembly. This album is excellent. I listened to it a bunch. I love the purity of straight electronic music. There's just a purity to it. The songs are good. It sounds a little bit more like Frontline Assembly than Skinny Puppy, but you got Bill Lieb and oh my God, I'm drunk enough. I can't remember the main guy from Skinny Puppy. Awesome. And the new Cure album, which I don't own yet, because it's a very sad record, and like I said, I'm impacted emotionally by music, and the last song on there made me weep the first time I heard it. So I haven't rushed out and bought it because I'm not always like wanting to listen to music that makes me feel like crap all the time, but it's fantastic. What a great record. Okay. Before we get into should we let Mr. Zoller here? Yeah, do his Craig. Hello. Thank you for being patient.
No sweat. Thanks for having me on. I didn't know what my schedule was going to be like, and I saw everyone doing it. Obviously, Kellen, Melanie, Sue. I know you and Alan and Marty, and I've watched the others. So happy to join on. Obviously, I can talk
Hey, Craig,
Yeah.
just one question. Are you wearing a Whiplash shirt because you saw the album club past Wednesday?
I haven't watched it. I haven't watched it yet, but this is my 5th favorite thrash album of all time. So I'm curious to hear the thoughts, and I hope they are.
And they're from Jersey, my neck of the woods. So thank you.
I hope there's and actually I'm this is my 5th favorite thrash album of all time, but I think Thrashback that's number 6 for me. That's like the missing gem. That guy tuning Portaro kind of taking a turn for the more tuneful with his vocals is phenomenal. Like that is, I think, the most slept on thrash album of that decade.
Oh yes,
huge fan. I'm a huge fan of that. But this is I mean, I've heard Fowley on the show say this is the best thrash album of all time. I'm like, I wouldn't argue. This thing's phenomenal.
Yeah.
It makes the Germans wish they were New Jerseyans, right?
well, you know, there's some good hot dogs in New Jersey. You've got women hot dogs out there. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. So I don't want to derail things too much. I'm going to throw out honorable mentions. I'm pretty much just going to say the album title, and these are just recommendations. But I know you've spent time on a bunch of these. So we have In the Cesspit of Divine Decay, Altar of Oblivion. That's on there. The new Antichrist Siege Machine, which I think is better than their first. Not quite as good as Left Cross, which I feel is the sibling band of these guys. War metal, really good stuff. The Vicious Blade album, I saw them open up for Anvil. Really good. I forgot the name of the singer, but she's a great like front woman, and very, very enjoyable hooky stuff. I wasn't that on board the first. How do you say this? Tom Pantley. The album I was so on it. A little too much interlude. This one I'm all in on. This is really good death doom. I think the melodies stick. Everything sticks better. So for me, this is a big step up from the previous. The new Iotune album, I like it less than the previous. I know I'm in the minority there. I think the previous album was one of my favorite Borknagar albums of all time, albeit by Iotune. And this album is not one of my favorite Borknagar albums of all time, but it is a good album. And recommended. The tuneful vocal. It's amazing when I hear people talk about this in terms of death metal. Like there are a couple of rasp vocals. This is just progressive music with singing like Wintersorg, Garm, ICS Vortex, that bunch. Cephalotropsy, in terms of slamming death metal that just does what it's supposed to do and does it really, really well. I think this is really good. It does nothing at all like their first album, which was almost like a minimalist stab at like totally unintelligible, inhuman, slow lurching slam stuff, but good stuff. Melanie turned me on to The Malignancy. This is some phenomenal playing. I mean, it's just a syncopation like Metropolis. Like there's so much syncopation on this thing, and it's a kind of album where, like the new Nile, you could just pick out an instrument and follow that for the whole album, particularly the bass. This is one of the 2 best bass performances I heard all year. Dark Throne, I skipped their last one, but the couple before that I found too kind of dull, and even in their simple minimalist grooving forever zone. But this one I like more. It just caught me more. I think the hooks are better. A couple little keyboard spots here.
It's a step up for sure. Is it great? No, but it's a step up.
No, it's a step up. It's a step up. In the metal adjacent world, Jerry Cantrell's new album. I was never a grunge guy, but Alice in Chains was sort of the exception for me. And he has Mike Bourdin, who's sort of like very much like Sean Kinney of Alice in Chains in terms of the kind of like deep drumming. And this is Jerry Cantrell's best vocal performance by light years. He is coming to his own as a lead singer. And if you're at all interested in that stuff, and I like the Alice in Chains, the last one with William Duvall. So that's there. More on topic. The Brodekin is really enjoyable. Like this is extraordinarily fun. Like I wasn't expecting this to be that much fun because I have that whatever that was, the Instruments of the Torture, whatever that one is, and that I always found is a challenging listen. Whereas this was fun the first time I heard it. It's really good. Hope they keep at it. Stress Angel. I actually saw these guys open for Whiplash and Sodom. And really good live. Their bass was way too loud and smothering the other instruments. Good bass playing, but too loud in the mix. Really good stuff that kind of gives me a bit of the Niflheim vibe of like a thrashy approach to black metal. There's some death metal there, and it feels very live. And
really, the guitar dive bombs on there is ridiculous, but I love it.
And the barking quality of the vocalist, who's the drummer and does it live quite well, is good. The new Fluids I dig. I know people kind of complain about the lack of like the lengthy intros and all that sort of stuff. For me, I'm good with less intros. I know that's sort of the Mortician thing, but I actually like Fluids more than Mortician. And I'm good with limited intros because if I listen to an album a bunch of times, it's just sort of starts becoming like a joke with a giant setup. But this one is enjoyable, and their last EP was good as well. And then let's go to Kellen's favorite country, Chile. We've got Invocation. What the hell is the name of this thing? Something the Archaic Sanctuary Ritual Body Postures. Maybe that's what it says. And this is enjoyable, straight ahead death metal. I like the previous a little bit more than this, but this is enjoyable. So that's the honorable mentions. Should I leap into other stuff? Marty, let me know what you
just rip through your top 10.
Ripping through the top 10. I heard this discussed. The Saxon, I don't have all their albums, but I've heard almost all of them, and this is the first one I genuinely really like since Lionheart. So that's a lot of Saxon albums I'm skipping over or dumped into the box that I send to Marty. And I think the choruses are just better here. The Hellfire Damnation is cool. Madame Guillotine is really, really strong. The Kubla Khan and the Merchant of Venice is really cool. The Witches of Salem is good. Supercharger could have been on a 1980 Saxon album. It just totally fits. And it could be the addition, as Sue mentioned, of Brian Tatler. I'm not sure. But I thought the last album was pretty much without value. I listened to it twice and didn't like a single song on it. So for me to hear an album that I think is their best album in more than 2 decades was a surprise and recommended. So that's that. The Crown, speaking of returns to form, one of the first things I remember knowing from like Marty's writing in Metal Maniacs was his review of Hell Is Here and talking about the drum performance and the spontaneity. And from that review, I bought that album, and that is a ton of fun. Like, this was at a time, like, in terms of a genre, I felt like people are taking elements of death metal and black metal and making thrash songs with it. And I never felt this band, like, you could call them a melodic death metal band. They sound nothing like melodic death metal bands. You call them a death metal band. They're basically using the tools of death metal to make high speed, high energy, anthemic thrash songs. And I think Hell Is Here and Death Race King are the two best albums really ever in that style. But this has a lot of that energy, particularly there's a song on here called The Agitator, which certainly has some of the best right hand you'll hear outside of the Nile album. And the closer on here, The Storm That Comes, is quite good. So Crown of Thorns, this is a real nice return to form for them. Like, I could skip over a bunch of other albums. And speaking of a third return to form, 1349. Oh my God. This is my favorite album of theirs since Hellfire. And it's a little bit more coherent, and there are less kind of left turns and surprising parts. And Hellfire is very, very much a repulsive experience trying to kind of throw you loose. This one, there's a concerted effort by these guys to give you hooks and refrains that are memorable, particularly the Inferior Pathways, Inner Portal, Obscura, Fatalist. But it's sort of odd. Like, this is obviously a very, very aggressive Norwegian black metal. Actually, when I saw them play the States, they had Tori Laureano playing drums because Frost was not allowed in at that time. And this is a really enjoyable album, and I feel really takes off on the 4th track. So I think the first 3 tracks are weaker than the next 5, which is sort of surprising, but just kind of give it some time. And if you just want to hear the stuff that's instantly catchy in kind of a way they haven't done before, go to Inferior Pathways, Inner Portal, like go to tracks 4 and 5. Very, very enjoyable stuff. I think, Melanie, you like that album, right?
Yep. I love it.
Rotting Christ. Yeah, I think this is really well produced. I heard some comments in terms of this sort of losing the thread in its middle. I feel differently. I think the 6th Day, Farewell, Pretty World, Pretty Dies, Like Father, Like Son, like those are really anthemic. I think it kind of conjures a similar emotional space to something like Amon Amarth, but it's more interesting music. and a lot of layering. And I mean, for me, my favorite Rotting Christ is the stuff where they're really leaning on playing riffs. A lot of times sort of that feel like they were written for Injustice for All at different tempi, and relishing in it, like Triarchy of Lost Loves and Dead Poem and Non-Servium, like those where it was really all about, these are great riffs and we're just going to cruise control on these forever. And here the push is a little bit more towards this ritualistic and certainly slightly poppier sound. But I think they do it well. I think the hooks are good. This is something that is easy to like to some degree the first time, but still took a few spins until I really got into it. Was happy to see Traveler mentioned on this show.
Yeah,
I will take the opposing viewpoint to Alan. However, I prefer the previous two because I think the riffs were better and the arrangements were more interesting. But I think and I discussed this with Kellen on his show. There's a band called Venator.
Yeah.
That band this is kind of like, there aren't that many bands that are just doing straight up traditional heavy metal that I'm all on board. And a lot of time it comes down to, is there a vocalist who sounds really, really in earnest? And this guy, Jean-Pierre Abou, however you pronounce his name, he's a phenomenal vocalist. This would also be the other best bass guitar performance I heard this year. Whoever's playing bass on this is phenomenal. And the hooks are really there. The deep six in the morning light. Can't you hear me? You're gonna give me that? You're gonna give me the falsetto, Alan?
No, not at 1 o'clock in the morning.
And the choruses are really like Dark Skull, Rebels of Earth, Heavy Hearts are all are all gems. And really, there's and it's something you get with a lot of nice German power metal.
The only problem with that Traveler is the cover is too bright for such a sound. Like,
it is bright. I prefer the previous artwork, and it seems like Alan likes to move into more colors. I prefer the previous ones, sure, but this is it's really good traditional heavy metal. Was this on anybody's list? The Demon Bitch album?
Mm-mm. I'm waiting for my physical copy to come through, but yeah, amazing guitar work on that record.
So this album is crazy. I think obviously Melanie, Marty, and I talked for 3 hours about The Underworld Awaits Us All. Probably the other album that came out this year where I could literally bore people to death talking about it is this album in terms of the amount of stuff that's going on. If you took Geddy Lee and you gave him a lobotomy, but you kept him upright, you shoved him into Seereth Ungol and had them try and play covers of Fate's Warning song like John Arch, that's what this is. There's nothing that it's such a puzzling mix of stuff, and it's I slightly preferred the previous one, and the previous one is definitely more accessible. But this vocalist, it sounds almost as if like they've taken like a reptile king from another planet, given him a phonetic sheet, and had him sing. Because if you gave these lyrics to 1 million people, no one would sing anything remotely close to what this guy's doing. So this is sort of like Uzi from Megaton Sword, who Kellen and Marty and I talked about at length. This is a unique personality. There's not another singer who's like this, other than if you talk about some weird fusion of a drunken Geddy Lee mixed with Tim Baker of Seereth Ungol trying to do John Arch and all this stuff. But it's really, really ambitious in terms of all these time changes, but it's also very alive. Like, this stuff really sounds like live in the studio, and there are lots and lots of parts, but the vocal lines are just leaping over 5 notes down, dive bombing, really, really interesting stuff. So in terms of cult and obscure and all those sorts of things, I hear the word, master of the chains. I'm at your beck and call. It is that bananas. What I just sang is actually happening on this album. He'll go from pushing into this really maudlin baritone to Geddy Lee is being strangled to death. And the arrangements are very, very busy and interesting. So this is for those looking for obscure, bizarre, true metal bands with a completely original sound. Here you go. This is like, it's Megaton Sword and these guys are kind of the two most distinct. Next, I assume people were talking about this album at some point.
Has not been mentioned. TJ mentioned it. And that's it.
Wow. Okay.
You just sent it to me, so I've listened to it twice. It's great, but I don't feel like I've had enough to add it to my list. You know what I mean?
Fair enough. I mean, I really like Nostradamus. That album to me was their last with like a bunch of kind of new ideas, a lot of great choruses. There are a couple of ones on here like The Serpent and the King, like a little bit rote and not that interesting. I think this album would be better if it went from Panic Attack track 1 straight to track 5, Gates of Hell, 2, 3, and 4. I'm not so on board. The Invincible Shield, the Invincible, that is not a good choice. And Devil in Disguise, like that chorus again, it's sort of going up the hill, coming down the hill. But the rest of the album, I think, is really good and excellent. Panic Attack is a ton of fun. Crown of Thorns, As God Is My Witness, is a very regal and rich song that kind of has that glorious Defenders of the Faith vibe. Like, I really, really like this album. I just think there are 3 that are not quite as good, and other than the opener, they're right at the top. So at least you get through it. And I do not agree with this comp. I think this album is much better than Firepower. But a lot of it is, I think the vocal performance is particularly good on this. And I think the refrain, a lot of it's going to come down to the refrain. So these hooks caught me, and I like the different moods, I think. And I think it ends really strong with the Giants in the Sky. It's just really lush and rich. And he's my favorite singer in heavy metal, rock, popular music history. It's this guy. And it's great hearing him sound this terrific. Did Necrot's album come up? Lifeless Birth.
Simon.
Yes.
Okay. So this is, for me, without question, the riff album of the year. I don't think
it's catchy as.
I don't think there's a close second. I think if someone like come up with the 25 best riffs of the album, at least 12 would come from this album. And the comfort of this band working the pocket and going from idea to idea is great. You get really memorable refrains like the cut the chord and drill the skull, but the confidence with which they're just putting their riffs to the fore with no, like, not technical playing, not super aggressive stuff, but really just a confidence that their riffs are this good. And I feel it's sort of like Asphyx's The Rack. I like this album actually better than The Rack, and sort of what Pinnacle would do back in the day. Yeah, I knew Marty was going to be genuine with that album.
What the hell are you saying?
But in terms, just in terms of that absolute confidence that these riffs are good enough and all that it takes, this album is great. I like their debut a tiny bit more, but it's really neck and neck. And the closing song, The Curse, I mean, that's like a clinic in terms of bringing together a bunch of different ideas and tempo changes, but all of it flowing and it really feeling like a big journey. I think this is, in terms of traditional death metal, probably my favorite album to come out in the completely traditional style since their debut. So they are really, really good at what they do.
Some people struggle with that with Blood Offerings in that one. They go kind of head to head.
Sorry, come again?
Their debut, it's really, really strong. I mean, like I said, I heard it compared against that one, so it's a strong album. But but it's, again, some people have a situation where they.
Yeah, I like the debut a tiny bit more, like just a hair. But to me, I think the second one is noticeably nowhere near as good as this one and the first one. Like that to me, they're getting more ambitious, but it's not all holding together. And so there are parts that I'm into, and then songs that lose me. And I think that exploration of trying to make more ambitious songs with more time changes and more riffs and bringing it all together, The Curse, the closer on this album, which I think is their single best song, is the realization of them striving for more on Mortal, I think is the previous album. Striving for more on Mortal, but then realizing it here really, really well. Like, for a long time, this was my favorite album my favorite metal album of the year, and
Awesome.
I think it's terrific. And in terms of traditional, like the old school death metal thing, like you haven't heard these exact riffs. It's not like, oh, that's the part from Chapel of Ghouls. Oh, that's the part from Blasphemy. Oh, that's the part from Leprosy. It's nothing like that. They're just that confident in how good these riffs are and relishing it. They were good live. I saw them open for Cannibal Corpse and Morbid Angel a little bit before the shutdown.
Okay.
My number 2, Borknagar Fall. This is my favorite Borknagar album since Archaic Horse. So we're going more than 20 years since I like the Borknagar album anywhere near this much.
Even Erd. Erd's a good one.
Erd has some pretty good stuff.
Frostwrite. That song is amazing.
It has some pretty good stuff. None of the albums are making my list until this one. Since Quintessence was kind of borderline, I think this is better than that. Marty pointed out Summits as a standout. It is, but it's not my favorite. I think Moon, which was entirely written by Vortex and the singer, and that one is great. Amazing hook. Stars Ablaze is my favorite song on the album and one of my few favorite songs of this year. Really, really beautiful harmonies. That like the refrain that's not coming to my mind right now with the father and son hand in hand. That section is extremely emotional and really, really powerful. And the closer, Northward, is good. So this is really 1, 4, 5, and the closer are the best tracks. That's really well laid out in terms of this. But yeah, Moon and Stars Ablaze are the real highlights for me. Northward and Summits just a little bit behind. But gorgeous singing, and certainly for me, kind of proof that Simon, aka Vortex, aka Seaman, but let's go with Simon, that Simon and Oystein Brun are better together than apart. Because
Agreed.
I followed both of those guys apart from each other for a long time, and it was roughly 2 decades of disappointments. And the previous Borknagar album, which has some more Simon vocals, that one I thought was a step towards this. But had this come out after Archaic Horse, I would have just there would have been no real slip for me. So really, really good. Really recommend
I
it.
really loved the Vortex solo album though. Stormseeker. I loved it. It's so much fun.
That went into the Marty box. You received that from me because that didn't click.
I loved it. The vocal stuff. I heard a lot of Carpenters on it. I loved it. It was great.
He's drawing from a lot of sources and is a great singer.
Yep.
So no surprise to anyone who endured any of the 3-hour conversation. Melanie,
A lot of people did. It's crazy. People loved it, man.
Yeah, Melanie, that's cool to hear. Melanie Marty and I had about this. I
had no business being in this conversation, especially being the cleanup crew, because that was like, nah. Anyway, go ahead.
I really enjoyed that. I look forward to doing that again.
Oh yeah.
It seems we have it penciled in whenever a new King
Diamond.
That we will do it there.
Yep.
We could probably find something else as well where it's a band. We have this kind of history. I don't need to say anything more about this album other than I've been following this band since the 90s, and I think this is the second best album in their entire catalog. And phenomenal, and I wouldn't be surprised if in some time it's my number 1 favorite. And an unbelievable achievement for the hungriest 30-year-old people trying to prove themselves to the world, but coming from actual death metal veterans who've been doing this long. It's like awe-inspiring and a great achievement. Very, very, very good stuff. So
George is a monster on the drums, man.
He's insane.
He is an absolute monster. He's an inhuman beast. But a lot of people who have those skill sets don't come up with stuff that's this creatively good. And I find, it's not like, obviously Yngwie Malmsteen has an incredible skill set. I know a lot of guitarists. I don't know a single guitarist ever who said that's his favorite guitarist. His skill set is phenomenal. And I like some Yngwie stuff, especially that second Rising Force album and the Alcatraz album. So it's not to bag on him, but a lot of times when you can do absolutely anything, a lot of your creative choices are really just what push you to the limits as a player. And I think sometimes you can kind of lose the ear for the ideas that are good. And that was something I interviewed Glenn Tipton when Priest got back together with Halford, and he was kind of, and at that he could do the sweep picking and all that sort of stuff. And he said, kind of dialing it in and trying to find that a lot of his favorite riffs, and he thought the best riffs were simplest. So kind of in understanding that even if you have all the skills in the world, you shouldn't employ them all the time. And George Callias is called upon to deliver inhuman machine-like performance all the time, but given the space and the room that he has in Nile, he comes up with a lot of really, really tasty stuff. Like in particular, his slow stuff on that album. But a very good year for metal, and I get a lot of recommendations. I check out a lot of your other channels, and obviously I watch Metallurgy a lot. So I was just happy to that it lined up and to throw that on. And two not at all metal things, but these are my other two favorite albums of the year: Shane Smith and the Saints Norther, and Charlie Crockett Visions of Dallas. It's country red dirt sort of stuff, but really conjures another time and place the way a lot of metal does, with completely different instrumentation and goals, but is similarly transporting. So a very good year for metal, and a particularly great year in my estimation for the heavy metal veterans. Like the amount of bands that in the Deceased album I really enjoyed, the amount of bands who've just been doing it for decades, who gave one of their best, if not their best album in 10, 15, 20 years. I'm not sure why this was the case, but I felt it was. So those are my favorites.
Oh, cool. Thanks for sharing.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me on.
Where are we at here? We want to stick a knife in it.
Give everybody a chance if they had any closing thoughts on the year or something. Because I know, like Simon maybe had a disappointing album he wanted to shout down or stuff.
I just want to make one big point, and I noticed through this, between our showings, all amazing albums. But the thrash was it because of the music scene in general, or was it just a light year for thrash as far as a lot of great releases? I noticed there's quite a bit of lack of that.
Yeah, nothing jumps out as thrashy that I bought. I know the new Sacrifice is coming out next year. I don't know if
nothing pure thrash, like there's plenty of blackened thrash, that kind of stuff, but not much in the way of just regular thrash.
Yeah. Even a lot of the blackened thrash.
Kellen's got one right here.
So I'll use that as segue. Biggest disappointment of the year. There is a 10-minute portion of this record where I was completely on board with what Critical Defiance was doing. And this third release, there's a section of this record that just completely lost me. So going from one of my anticipated records to when this record came out, I remember I think I texted or messaged Melanie, and I was like, you can have the Brodequin record, do the review for that. I'll take the Critical Defiance. I want to spend all my time with this promo. And man, it just absolutely broke my heart.
Why'd you buy the vinyl?
I can't stop. Hey, someone who owns 20 Dark Throne records,
and probably 45 Drowning the Light albums that I just can't stop buying this stupid shit. Yeah.
I mean, no, Kellen, you're right though, Kellen. There's 12 minutes in the middle of that album where they just completely lose the script, and it really sinks that album.
It really broke my heart because the second release is very much more of a crossover record, and I didn't mind that at all. But just the fact that this portion loses the plot and what was really promising for the first about 5 tracks.
Yep.
It was far and away the greatest disappointment I had with a record from a band that I was incredibly invested in.
Yeah.
So
I think they really need to stabilize their lineup. I think that's causing too much turbulence for them.
For sure.
What is my off the cuff guess as to what's going on.
Yeah, for sure.
Anybody else?
Ooh. For disappointments, Rotting Christ, I was disappointed by a little bit. I haven't been able to get into the more slowed down ever since Rituals came out for Rotting Christ. I'm kind of off the boat.
Movie soundtrack.
Yeah.
Theogonia was my last Rotting Christ album. I love that album. That album rules. And after that, they kind of started getting a little too.
That was
culturally artsy fartsy, yeah.
But then they slowed it down with Rituals. They slowed it down, and here they're just in this kind of not doing what I want them to do. They don't speed it up. They're very mid tempo the whole way, and it it's a bit of a slog for me to get through. The ulcerate.
Out of curiosity, did you like Triarchy of Lost Loves and what is it, Dead Poem, because those are mostly mid in terms of the speed. Like they're more mid paced than whatever Thy Serpent or Thy Mighty.
The production though is different. I love Triarchy is my favorite of their albums. Actually, that's
me too. Me too. I think
it's
mostly mid paced.
It was their big breakout album.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Maybe like I already heard it there, and it wasn't anything new, but it felt like a step too far after that the 2013 album they did, which was all in Greek, Then Ulcerate, I know Craig, you mentioned them. It was Jim's #1 pick, and I get it, but I love Staring to Death and Be Still. That is the Ulcerate album. That thing will transport you, to that plane of life and death. But this one, it just didn't do it for me. And I tried it multiple times and didn't quite click. It just felt like the songs were more meandering and more melodic, and they were trying to recapture what they had, but didn't truly tread the same ground. Replicant, Infinite Mortality.
Yes.
I really liked the Replicant album from 2022 or 2021. I don't remember which year, but the previous one. And the first spin, I was all on board with this Replicant album, but then nothing unlocked for me. Nothing became more interesting or exciting. It was just kind of a chore, which was a bummer because I really loved the previous album. Finally, Unto Others, they shat the bed. They straight up like shat the bed. Never Neverland is, that's not it. I was hoping that they were going to be like the next big thing, kind of there when they were Idle Hands and released that album Mana. There's a lot of potential there. Nothing with the new album. And then finally, Paul Bearer, Mind Burns Alive. That one didn't do much for me. And I like Paul Bearer, but that one was a bit too slow and too much reliant on the clean singing. So
you can't do it washing dishes. You got to be alone with the lights off and just be introspective.
Bag full of edibles, right, Rick?
What?
Anybody else?
There was one. I had one that disappointed me. Oh, sorry. Yeah, the one that I tend to only talk about stuff that I like on the channel because I only talk about stuff that I buy. And if I don't buy it, then I might not have liked it. But listening to the promos of the new Mortal Wound album, man, that was so disappointing after the demo. The demo, Forms of Unreasoning Fear, I think it was. That thing was great in 2018. And the album was just this like joke. It's like a joke or something. Really disappointed with that one. When you
put anus in your title, that's might affect some sales.
Yeah, I mean, I know they're not.
Depends on what your market is, Rick.
Band. Yeah. Anyway, that was disappointing, and one that I'm hoping will change really soon. I haven't had it too long, but it didn't blow me away straight away. The new Black Curse. It's good. It's not as good as the first album. I was hoping to be like blown away with it, but the Aberration is what has done that for me in a similar style. But we'll see where we go with the Black Curse. We'll see. But yeah, the Mortal Wound, nah.
All right, Zoller, you had one.
Yeah, I had one. I'm actually curious where, in particular, where Melanie weighs in on this one, and that's Undeath. And I really like their debut album a lot, and I like the follow up, which I think I reviewed on Kellen's when we did the countdown together. And I like that one a little bit less, and I like this one a little bit less than the last. And I bought this. I bought all of these, and I have their demos, and I'll hold on to this. But my hope is that I like the next one more, and I know why I like this one less. I feel that this band comes up with some cool grooves. The vocals are good. The sound is really organic. The hooks are good. Obviously, the Cannibal Corpse the Cannibal Corpse comparisons are easy. My feeling is I wish they would sometimes just decide this song is going to be mostly slow. This song is going to be mostly fast. This song is going to be mostly mid-pace, and they kind of commit more to a mood for a song. And this is a criticism I can level at Cannibal Corpse, with the exception of my two favorite albums of theirs, which far and away are The Bleeding and Torture, where I feel they more regularly commit to this is the hook song, this is Scourge of Iron, and they do that and decide that not every song needs to have a fast part and a slow part and a mid-pace part and a mosh part. And so with the new one, Death, I felt it was a little like kind of ADD in terms of its arrangements. And then I felt there were too many vocals. They were just all over so much of it. And I want the riffs to breathe, and a bit overproduced in terms of harmonizers and overdubs. So it's like, I think it's decent. I thought their last album was good, and I thought their debut was very good. And I don't know if they're just going to continue to go, because moving through all those time changes, I could say as a drummer, like, it's fun to play through that stuff, but I just want kind of more patient compositions, and for there to be burners that are burners and then grooved songs that are grooved. But I felt like the rapid shuffling through parts, the amount of vocals, the production choices with the vocals, I liked it less than the last one. And the last one was still good enough that it made my top albums of the year. This one is good enough that I'm going to hold on to it and hope they get better. But I don't know, Melanie or Simon, if you had anything to add, or anybody else. But it's a band I think has a lot of promise, and I kind of felt this way about Necrot with the second album, and they've completely redeemed themselves. So I'm hoping the same will happen with Undeath. But I don't know if other people were disappointed.
Can I respond to Zoller?
Yeah. Go for it.
I agree with what you're saying. This is a band I've been into since the first album. And I kind of don't mind a little bit of the sloppy, but as long as it's fun. And to me, this is the funnest death metal album of the year for me.
It is fun.
It's so damn fun. Like, so fun. I don't worry about all the little technicalities and stuff. I know it's very easy for people who are into what you call proper music to really get caught up in all the details and all the, the what do you call it, the click tracks and everything else. And I'm not saying, that's where you were going with this, but I'm just speaking kind of in general terms.
Sure.
This is still one of my favorite death metal albums of the year, and it pains me that it didn't make that top 10. And I caught them live last year, and amazing stuff coming out of. I don't know how often you've been in Rochester, but you can feel there's something in the air there that's very right for kind of death metal. I
ate something there called the garbage plate that didn't sit well with me. But I think if it's hot hamburgers and like macaroni salad, you're kind of asking for it.
All right, yeah, I can see that. But we're listening to death metal while doing it. I want to say, great band. Everything they just said. But I think the appealing thing with this band is they never lose the sense of fun, and I feel like they got it really nailed on this album. It's not the most technically fast, the most technically proficient. It's not the most technically, but these guys just take everything that's you would enjoy about death metal and you just enjoy every moment of it. That's kind of what
I guess my question to you is, you like that album as much as the previous two? Because that's why I say it's disappointing, is I really, really liked the first one, and I thought the second one was good. And then this one, I was like, oh man, it's just a wall.
The last one was better on a more performance level. Here, I just think the riffs I find a little more enjoyable as far as digestion.
Yeah.
And that works for you, then that's great for you. Yeah.
And I think I kind of agree with Rick, actually. But yeah, to your point, Craig, we get the promos with Metallurgy, and I got the Undeath, and I'm like, okay, this will be good. And I couldn't even make it through the first spin when I was listening to it digitally. I was like, man, this is too clinical. It's just quantized, and I don't like this. It's not working for me. So I left it. I came back to it a couple of weeks later. Still didn't think much about it. Then the collector scum in me saw it. LP was cheap, and I'm like, oh yeah, I'll add it to the collection. And it was the fourth listen when I finally clicked with me, and I went, hang on, this is actually good. And I agree with Rick on this, is that it's just fun. It just works. I probably can't really explain why. It just took extra time, and I've liked them. Like I've got the first 2 demo tapes, and now I've got the 3 albums. I've always enjoyed them. Don't take them too seriously. And yeah, this one just took time, and I guess to accept the fact that it's very polished and clinical and a bit ADHD, like you're saying. But it worked for me, but it just took time.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like the album. I definitely was like really excited about it because I love the band. But for me, Legions of a Different Kind just is my favorite Undeath album. And I was happy to see that they moved on from like that knuckle dragging old school death metal revival sound. But was also kind of nervous that they were moving into more of the like commercialized death metal sound as well. I feel like they kind of moved into more of the like, this is a death metal band people will suggest to listen to if you're getting new into death metal. I generally don't care. Like, I don't generally like that doesn't usually bother me, and I'm fine with that. But this album completely lost its lore for me after about 2 weeks of having it. I can honestly tell you I have not listened to it nearly as much as people would expect me to. And I think that's just because, like, if I want to listen to fun death metal, I generally go towards more of, like, the Gutless, those style of death metal bands. And even more of, like, the brutal death metal stuff. Like, I tend to go towards more of that. But it's not a bad album at all. I think they definitely progressed in their songwriting, and they're trying to get a maturity to their sound. So I'm interested to see like where they go from here. But again, I think I probably just haven't spent enough time with it as people would expect for me to do, considering I was such a huge fan of their past albums. They're also always going to be like a Caligari band for me. Like that's the first time I ever heard them was when their demo came out and their other EP. Like, it's hard to, like, I'm not definitely one of those people that, like, hates when a band gets popular, but it's also weird at the same time. Because I've been a fan of them since the very beginning. But it's not a terrible album. It's just, I don't think it even is going to crack my, like, top, at least it's not my top 20 for sure. Like, already put out that video. But I just, maybe in a couple of years. But for right now, it's not really my thing at the moment.
I'm super happy when bands get popular, and the whole Blood Incantation thing isn't because they're popular for me. The thing for me is just, I don't know. I like their sound, I like what they're doing, but I just don't think it all meshes. And you watch their documentaries where they think their own farts don't stink. Well, that bugs me a little bit, just a little bit. But whatever.
Undeath definitely doesn't have that though. The guys don't. They have a really great demeanor in regards to their popularity and stuff like that. So there's at least that.
And some of these bands like Undeath, and you look at Frozen Soul, that they just blew up. But you know what? They're out doing the work. They're out touring. 122 Stab Wounds. These are bands that are touring, and Blood Incantation. They've toured. They've done the job. They've gone to Australia. They've gone all over the freaking planet. They deserve everything they get. And I'm going to sit here and slam on a band for that because they deserve what they get because
you might be willing to steal 78 of their Stab Wounds.
Right. Yep.
However,
whatever. What wrong with the Stab Wounds? I've had.
I like 200 Stab Wounds. I like their EP, and the other ones I haven't gotten into. Again, I don't think they're bad, but I like that EP. I spun a lot and was very excited to what was coming out next, and the other stuff just didn't click with me. But on Death, I think they're really good writers. It's just I feel like, I think the bottom line is I just feel it's overproduced and overworked, and the stuff on that first album, this is just it just has all the groove and the feel and all that sort of stuff. So I don't need them to get more technical. I just wish they'd let the material breathe, and that to me is the difference. Like I feel Necrot has landed 1,000% in that world of 100% confidence that like we can just play this riff and have like a mid-tempo beat that we just switch a little bit underneath it and it's good enough to hold you. And the Undeath is like some of the production choices. It's not like Vitriol or a band like that, where it's just sort of a wall of vocals and take your pick what you want. I prefer just a stronger individual performance or people working in concert rather than just a drop down of overdubs and harmonizers. But I'm hopeful for Undeath. Like I felt about their new one the way I felt about Necrot's last one. And then for me, this year, Necrot has made the riff album of the year. So I'm hopeful for them going forward. I was just curious. Because it was an album when it came out, I was expecting it to be on all these year-end lists, and I'm not seeing it very often. And was wondering if it was, wondering if it's why. I mean, obviously, there are a lot of really good albums that came out this year, and it's cool to get excited about new stuff.
Right on. Well, Melanie's butt hurts. She's tired of sitting.
Yeah. 4.5 hours.
We want to talk about really quickly anything we're looking forward to. Just throw it out real quick. For
I have no idea what's coming out. Absolutely no idea what's coming out.
Something got announced and I don't remember.
I will say New King Diamond, new Halloween. The rest, is a bonus. Those are my
King
two.
Diamond for sure.
Yep.
There's a new pentagram coming out soon too.
Really? Okay.
Nice.
Soon, about a Man of War? Are we going to get new Man of War?
Oh, I wish. We are on such a Man of War kick right now. I got all this Man of War stuff for Christmas. So.
Well, then you were well treated. I saw them on the 30th. Their one U.S. show
Did
here.
you see it?
I could not believe Eric Adams freaking is. Yeah, and they did a super extended version of Mountains that went for about 11 minutes long, and he sang all of the Tommy Shaw kind of really clean singing in that, like note perfect, but phenomenal. I was pretty stunned with how good they are.
Was I under the impression that they were about winding down? Weren't they about to retire? Isn't this thing they're doing in Europe the last thing, or am I wrong? I don't know.
They released an EP called The Final Battle Part 1, which that name in and of itself has a bunch of problems going on between Final and Part 1. And now they're still, I couldn't answer that question. I just hope for more. More music because there's a new tune that's pretty good, and the new guitarist is an unbelievable shredder.
All right, on. Well, we've gone on for 4 hours and 40 minutes, which is a little less than last time, but not by much. And the links to everybody is in the description. Please go check out everybody's channels. Sue's eBay store is there. There's a lot of metal being sold by the Verica family. Go check all that stuff out. And Zoller, I didn't know you were coming, so there's no additions there. Check the Nile stream for all of his credentials. And do we have anything to add? I just want to say personally that it's been great collaborating with all you folks this year. It's been so much fun. The whole idea of bringing on more people was to try to channel that old Maniacs vibe that we used to have back in the day, and it's kind of there for me. It's a lot of fun, and it's hard. You're all trying to maintain your own channels and also contribute to Heavy Metallurgy, which myself and Alan are very appreciative of all of you. Thank you so much. And
definitely
mostly all the people in the chat. I mean, we almost hit 190 tonight, which is a record.
Yep.
You all rule. We've got a Discord server. A lot of the people that are in the chat are in the Discord server chatting throughout the week. It's been a lot of fun. Simon is a moderator there, and so is Logan.
Good fun. Come along.
A lot of fun. It's a nice community, and it just translates from here to the Discord server. It's a lot of nice. We really we couldn't do this. We would probably still do this without you, but it's nice actually having people watching, as well. So, yeah. Anybody want to add anything before we jump? Alan?
Nope. Been a good year for metal. Some good releases already lined up for 2025. And thank you to everybody who's contributed to Heavy Metallurgy, all our guests, all the folks who come back on time and time again to hang out with us. And a huge thank you to everybody who participates in the chat, watches the show, leaves a comment. Really glad that you've enjoyed the show this year, and hopefully we can make it even better in 2025.
Hells yes. Cool. Well, that's it. Everybody, you all rule. We'll see you Wednesday. The Album Club, we're talking about Master Plan's debut.
We may also see you Wednesday for a metal tag for 2025.
Oh, we're doing that as well. Right on.
But we have to figure out the timing. But the 2025 metal tag is coming up, so look for that next week as well.
Right on. Cool. Everybody, we'll see you next week, and we'll see all these fine people again very soon on their own channels and our own. Have a good one. We'll see ya.
Yeah.